Alrighty, good morning. My name is Aidan Andrews. I'm a third year student at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign studying engineering physics. I'm an AI researcher, and I also have an AI startup, which I am the CTO and co-founder of. Started it with a professor that I was doing research with here at the University of Illinois. We are in the agriculture space, and our research was in AI, and that's what we're building, is AI in agriculture. But that is besides the point today. I have an exam on Tuesday, May 12th. It is currently Sunday, May 10th. This is my final exam for quantum physics, so I need to study for it. That's what I'll be doing all day. I don't know if this stream is up and running. Seems like it should be fun. Okay. Let me finish setting everything out. There we go. What are you planning to do after the exam? My exam is 7 to 8 p.m., so I'll probably go to sleep. Because I'll be pretty tired. Spent like the majority of the day outside yesterday, so my allergies are pretty bad. But it should be fun. It's only my eyes that get like bad. I'm surprised brain is not first. Hold on. Alrighty. I have my breakfast here. So, I was almost finished with discussion 10. Discussion 10 was pretty chill though. Right, I was on question 3. Okay, what are we saying? 90% probability of measuring this. What's up, Malik? Okay, so we know that okay. Crap. I'm trying to eat breakfast and study at the same time. It's not going very well. I'm doing my laundry, Malik. I do my laundry on the weekends. So my clothes are in the wash right now. But it's also the weekend. I typically only wear suits on the weekdays when I eat. What's your meal? I sent a picture of it in the Discord. Somebody already asked earlier this morning. But I have 5 eggs, an orange, a bunch of cottage cheese, and an English muffin with jam on it. The eggs were cooked in beef tallow. How does it feel that I'm your favorite streamer? It feels great, bro. I'm honored. Okay. We want to show this somehow. Wait, hold on. Okay. Right, I'm gonna need to define I do this again? Wait, I actually don't know how to measure SY. What app is he using? To share my screen, I'm using QuickTime. I'm on a MacBook. You can just Google QuickTime iPad screen share or something. Bro, I'm hungry. Me too, bro. That's why I'm eating. I'm trying to finish this food as quick as possible, so I can focus on studying. And I'm eating with my hands, so it's hard for me to do work while I'm eating. But I forgot how to do this kind of, so I've done something like this before. I guess I haven't. Well, I could take an inner product. Okay. Don't tell me you're eating naked hand. Yeah, I am eating with just my hands. My right hand, so I can write with my left hand. I typically eat with my hands. Okay, but if I can have the spin representation, or the vector representation of spin up in the y direction, which I believe is this. So I guess we could do this. Okay, let me do the be simpler. Let me do spin up y, spin up z. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I guess it does actually. Okay. This doesn't give us 0.2 though. Oh, is this supposed to be a -1? No. Wait, what are the eigenspinors of SY? It still doesn't give us 20%. Yeah. No, see, the spin is wrong. It's supposed to be spin down as 80%. How am I even supposed to do this question? C's coefficients and complex numbers, up, down, SC, 90%. Yeah, that's what I did. Spin down is 10%. What is this delta? What is EVI delta? One-fifth? He got 20%. How come I didn't get 1/5? It's exactly what I did. 1/2 plus 3/5 sine? What? Sine delta? Sine delta equals -1 since the complex experimental exponential appears periodic. What is this exponential? I don't understand this. Hold on, go back here. This is discussion 10, right? Okay. Alright, let's see what I did wrong. What's up, HC? Were any of your finals postponed because of Canvas? No. Shiny Hunters needs to lock in. None of my finals were postponed. No, I'm just kidding. I actually shouldn't be saying anything to Shiny Hunters. Please, I don't want any beef between me and Shiny Hunters. They are the goats of ransomware. At least in 2026. What's up, kid on the internet? Yeah, that's why I forgot to take the complex conjugate. Just happened. Okay, that one doesn't change. Okay, so what does this change to? We have 3 over 10, 2 over root 10 though. Oh, root 10, root 2, yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, 4 over 20. What? Yeah, I did not understand what this is. Just ignore it. Why are there so many questions? Yeah, I'm not doing this one. What is this, physics? Yeah. Yeah, Gemini is fire. And I'm using it for free. I have the 1 year free for students. EU doesn't have it for high school students. RIP, bro. Wait, why do they have to commute? Yeah. So let's think about this. Spin 1/2 particles due to interactions is captured by the Hamiltonian. Why must they commute? Well, they don't affect each other. Any state that, yeah, they're for different particles. Any particle that S2 can act on, S1 can't act on that particle. So it doesn't matter the order. Like, you could have S1, S2 acting on particle 2, or you could have S2, S1 acting on particle 2, because S1's not going to act on particle 2. So it doesn't matter. You just end up operating S2 on particle 2 no matter what. I assume that's why. Yeah, the particles act on two different Hilbert spaces. They can't act on the same particle. Why does it want me to do this? Where's spin 1/2? You think it's in chapter 5? No, it can't be. This isn't chapter 5 yet. Huh. I don't know. Okay, this isn't in the textbook. So wait, what is S1 squared? Express the Hamiltonian in terms of S squared S1 times S2. Okay, I guess we could do this. 2A, oh, it doesn't matter actually. So S1 squared, S2 squared. Okay, I don't know. I'm assuming you can just do this like this. Like we can just oh, it's 2. Okay. Is this really all there is to this? Is this okay? I'm assuming that it's all that it wants from me. It's really trivial, but what are the possible values of the total spin of S corresponding to these values of S? Those PJs, they're whatever you want to call them, bro. They're whatever you want them to be, bro. Alright, I clearly just don't know how to do part C. What? I'm mad confused now. Wait, what is happening? Let's see if it knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, it seems like it knows. Alright, let me finish my breakfast. It's like almost lunch, actually. Did any of your exams get pushed back? No. I only have one exam this semester. It's on Tuesday. Let me hold 15K? Alright, bro. Send me your Venmo. You're just gonna hold it, right? Oh, I'm stupid. It's right. This is all right here. How did I miss this section? Yeah, from the two spins added to the absolute value of the difference. Yeah, this is all in the textbook very clearly. Okay. Wait, it's gonna be greater than the difference. I guess it won't really matter. I'm going to do a negative one first. Okay. These are all of our states. So the commutator of the squares. Okay. So we just got to use properties of. Right, is S1 squared? Yeah. Okay. So properties of commutators says we can break this up. I think it just breaks up cleanly. I forgot the properties of the commutator, but it should just work like this. Okay, this one is clearly 0. Wait, how do we, what's the property for, where is commutators? Is that chapter 3? Yeah. Spin? Oh no, not spin. Yeah, I remember now. It was like just some random state S of t. Commutators was chapter 2? There's no way. Yeah, no. Chapter 2 is just about wave functions. I did see a commutator, but like, there should be like a whole section about it. Oh, because these, no, that's a commutator right there. Okay, whatever, but here are the commutator identities. A plus B equals A plus B, AB equals AB, C plus AB, okay. Wait, the commutator of an operator with itself is 0? I don't think that's the, oh yeah, it is. No, that, I'm stupid. Of course it's 0, yeah. It literally wouldn't make sense for it to not be 0. Alright, so let's use the property for this one. The 2 comes all the way out front. Yeah, 2 comes all the way out front. And then, or we could just keep it, whatever, it doesn't matter. So 2S1 we pull out first. Yeah. Okay, this one is 0, and this one is 0. Okay. Yeah, wait, where's the definition of the commutator? Oh, here, it's right here. AB minus BA. Yeah, so if A and B are the same, obviously it's 0. All three operators can be diagonalized simultaneously along with the Hamiltonian. Alright, bro. Whatever that means. Now going to the casino and putting it all on black? Oh, that's a good idea. That's good. That's smart. What year is he in? 3rd year? Yeah, that's correct. Find the energy eigenvalues. Are any of them degenerate? If so, what is the degeneracy? For the sake of clarity, the eigencats can be denoted. What? I don't know what that's clarity. I don't know what that clarity is. But I want you to find the energy eigenvalues. So energy eigenvalues are given by this equation. I'm just gonna call it eigencat. It's like the most general. You can call it eigenvector, eigenspinor, eigenstate, eigenfunction. So just call it eigencat. I think it's the most general. So yeah, we need to do this now. We already know all the eigencats. Psi equals these. So I guess we can operate on all of them. Well, I don't understand what this gives me though. Still not going to be able to figure out the eigenvectors or the eigenvalues. I don't know how this adds any clarity. So it's saying S, M, S, semicolon, S1, semicolon, S2. Bro, what? Oh, I guess we can... Yeah. Because Yeah, here we go. Oh, well, here's the solution. I'm sure you're supposed to write this out, but this is the exact solution. Just a over 2. H bar squared over 4. Oh, wait, this is the wrong state. Okay, we get A times what? Minus 3. He only does 2 of the states, though. So I'm going to have to do the other ones, unfortunately. Okay, one negative 1. becomes so those two will cancel, and then you're just left with it's just h bar squared. Okay, that's what happens when S1 or when S1, S2 pair acts upon each of those individually, and that's the entire state. So you just do h bar squared over 4 is the same. Wait, they're triply degenerate. I hope this is like reasonably correct. Yeah, s equals 0 is minus 3a over 2. S equals 1 is 2 minus 3. Wait, why is it minus a over 2? Am I missing a minus sign somehow? Doesn't look like it. At UW-Madison, we're done. I go to the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. We haven't even really started finals yet. Start mean, technically they started on Friday, but Canvas was down, so I think they canceled all finals on Friday. I don't know, though. I didn't have anything. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm so dumb. Why did I think? I thought, bro, I was treating 2 as 2 over 2, but that's 1. Wow, I'm an idiot. But my answer is right. That's the point. My grading, my answer was the wrong part. For time is greater than 0, what are the probabilities? Oh no. Wait, it should be the same. It's 1/2. It's 1/2 because the time dependence is I'm pretty sure I said 1/2. I'm exactly half right. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so I'm in a single state. We're in a single state. It's 1/2. It doesn't change. Yeah. Either is just equal to 1/2. Yeah. Nice. Okay, moving on to discussion 11. I don't think I did discussion 11. I did discussion 10. Oh no, I did do discussion 11. Did I do discussion 12 or no? I started with 11? Why would I start with 11? Does that even make sense? Oh yeah, I started with discussion 11. Homework 9, number 1. That question's so easy. Discussion 10, done. Homework 8, I already did this. Discussion 12. Okay, I just have to do discussion 12. I haven't done that. I can do homework 9 and homework 10, those specific problems again, although they're pretty straightforward. I just did those the other day. Yo, what's up, AJ? Bro, this chair gets more and more uncomfortable by the day. How many APs did you take during high school? That's a great question. I have no idea. Freshman year, I took none. Sophomore year, I took AP Calc. Junior year, I took AP Stats and AP something. I don't remember. AP. No, that wasn't junior year, was it? I do not remember, bro. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember. I do remember some classes though. I took AP Calc A, B, BC, AP Physics C, AP, what'd I say? Did I say AP Stats? AP English or something. It's like AP Lit and Lang. AP Spanish, I believe. I don't remember, bro. Yeah, to answer your question, I have no idea how many APs I took in high school. Couple. There's kids that took way more APs than I did. I didn't even take that many. What is that? Yeah, I have the pawn advantage. I stalemated, dude. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Why did I stalemate, bro? Oh, I got +1. This kid's an idiot. Dang, I was hanging my queen and my rook. It's crazy. And my knight is hanging. And my bishop is pinned. Yeah, this is bad. Better than a loss? Well, I already lost. Dude, why am I playing the same exact... These people have the exact same playstyle, bro. It's pinned. His pawn is pinned. Yeah, why would he do that? Chess break? Yeah, chess break. Just need to take a break. Queen's Gambit accepted? Barely even accepted. Okay, well, I've never seen this before. He doesn't even want his pawn back. Yeah, this is really strange. Usually I see a4. You gotta be careful though with your, or I gotta be careful with my rook. I'm actually gonna take just to get this over with. He took with his... Dude, how am I gonna develop my knight? Actually, it actually hangs a pawn, but I guess it's fine. Oh no, I just got mated, bro. Alright. Let's get back to studying. Or maybe... Let me check something real quick. But someone just emailed me a research paper. Bro, I'm not excited for my meeting tomorrow. If y'all are Americans, how many credits are you taking this semester? I'm assuming the normal 3 per class. Yeah, I mean, my classes are either 3 to 4 credits. This is my lightest semester of my undergraduate degree, but I'm taking 18 credits. It's the lowest amount of credits I've taken since I've been in university. But it's pretty chill. Bro, this song that just came on it's crazy. People listen to this. Six classes seems chill. Yeah, it's not bad. I only have 2 classes left. I'm done with all my classes. Physics 403 is completely done. What is this saying? Done. Everything is turned in. The only thing that hasn't been graded is this final oral and report. Oh no, I didn't turn in report 4. My partner turned in report 4. Forgot. Other than that, Stat 420 is done. CS 397 is done. The only thing I've left is 446 and 486. 446 is here, this thing. Shouldn't be that bad. Maybe I'll start it today. There's only 2 things left. I just finished a Cambridge exam, got 120 out of 120. That's fire, bro. What type of exam was it? You're trying to become a quant or AI researcher or full into the business? Probably not going to become a quant. I am already an AI researcher, and I am also full time in my business. It was a math exam. That's fire. I love math. Aidan is at UIUC. Is that true? All right, wait. Let me. I'm gonna do a little bit of work really quickly, just like a split second of work. I just want to fix this one issue that we have on production, and then I'll get back to studying. Hope to see you at OAI. What's OAI? OpenAI? Aidan, are you gonna stream tomorrow? Yeah. What textbook is this? This is exactly Quantum Mechanics by David Griffith. That's exactly correct. Yeah, are you talking about OpenAI? I was thinking about doing an OpenAI fellowship, but I probably wouldn't do it next year. I'm building this company, and then I can do it after that, though. But I honestly would probably do Anthropic fellowship. But we would see. Yeah, both are good. Yeah, OpenAI. Yeah, OpenAI is pretty cool. I have actually... I think I've been reached out to by recruiters from OpenAI. I don't recall. I don't really keep track. But I think I remember something like that. And I did contemplate like actually applying for a job there, but right now it's not my highest priority. Heard OAI scouts a lot of UAUC students. Yeah, I think... Well, I actually don't know about that, but maybe they do. I don't think I have any friends working at OpenAI, actually. But on LinkedIn, it says like a bunch of UIUC people, or some UIUC people work there, so. But I stay off LinkedIn. I don't like that app anymore. What song should I listen to, bro? The app gives you insane imposter syndrome. What app? Oh, LinkedIn. Bro, LinkedIn just sucks. I don't get imposter syndrome, but it does make me feel like I'm just wasting my time looking at it. I can't like go on LinkedIn and think that it's like a good use of my time. Hi man, what's up? What's up? What's going on? How long do you do the PDF with making up all this knowledge? What? How long do you done the PDF with making up all this knowledge? How long did it take you to make the PDF that comprises all of this knowledge? I did not make this PDF on the left. This is the Griffiths textbook, Intro to Quantum Mechanics by David Griffiths. On the right, though, this is a long-running note. I'm on page 371. I believe I started this note d sine theta equals 1.22 lambda, which is probably the first round of quantum mechanics, which is physics 214, which was my sophomore year. So this note has been going on since sophomore year. I'm not going to load all the pages because it's probably like a gigabyte and is going to make my iPad slower. But we finished discussion 10, so I'm going to move on to... What was I going to move on to again? I've done discussion 11, I've done homework 9, I've done discussion 10, I've done homework 8, discussion 12, and discussion 13. I don't think I've done 12. I'll just read it and tell you if I've done it or not. Counting configurations with multiple particles. Yeah, it does not seem like I've done discussion 12. Imagine a situation in which there are 3 particles and there are 3 states available to each of them. If you like, denote the states. Determine the total number of allowed distinct configurations for this. Okay, so I did actually read this part of the textbook, but I don't quite remember it. But this is chapter 5. Well, we actually are only 5.1 and 5.2. So where was distinguishable particles? Oh, here we go. Case 1, case 2. Exchange forces. Bro. I just dropped my Apple Pencil on the plate that I was eating breakfast off of this morning. Such an L. Alright, I'm about to go see if I can put my clothes in the dryer. I'll be right back. it. Alright, so it's asking about combinations. Oh, total number of allowed. Alright, I'm kind of cold. I'm gonna put a shirt on. Hold on. I bet. Okay, no, it's about the distinct allowed something. Do you meditate? Wouldn't say it's something that I actually do too much. Do you meditate? Okay, no. Okay, I do spend a lot of time alone in thought, but I don't like deliberately meditate, in like the quintessential sense, like crisscross, like cross your legs, put your hands somewhere, I don't know. What's up, Harsh? But I definitely do like to spend a lot of time in thought. This semester fell short, really? Okay. Alright, discussion 12. Alright, so counting configurations with multiple particles. Okay. Imagine a situation on there are 3 particles and there are 3 states available to each of them. Blah, blah, blah. Determine the total number of allowed distinct configurations of the system. All particles. Distinguishable, identical. Okay, so in this distinguishable particles, this is exchange forces though. I actually don't know how to solve this problem. That's what I thought. Because it's bosons versus fermions. Okay. Wait, I thought it was indistinguishable. Shouldn't this be indistinguishable? Oh, no, I guess. Okay. Okay, I'm assuming... Okay. clothes have 30 minutes left in the wash. Why would I denote the states as alpha, beta, gamma? How do I even write this in ket notation? Oh, crap. I don't know, maybe I can go like this. How do you make money with this? You get a good score on your exam. It's a funny question. The goal, I'm studying for an exam, so I don't know how you make money studying for an exam specifically. Is that possible? It actually costs me money to study. It costs me money to study. It actually costs me money to study, bro. Bro. Hold on. Basically an investment? Yeah, kind of. My iPad's frozen now. Okay, my iPad's frozen. But what is the solution to A? Yeah, it's 3 times 3 times 3. Wait, how is it 3 times 3 times 3? Shouldn't it be 3 factorial? Like, if alpha has 1, then beta can only either have 2 or 3. And then gamma can only have 1 or 2. There should only be 2 combinations. Like that. If alpha has 2, beta can have 1. Wait, maybe that is 27. What is this? Supposed to be 2. And then the same thing for 3. 1, 2, 3. Bro, where is my QuickTime, bro? Bro, I don't think they have 3 possibilities. What are your pronouns? The standard male pronouns. I've never actually, like, in my entire life, like, said the words distinctively to tell someone my pronouns. I've never said that out loud. Can I get into Harvard with a 0.8 GPA? Yeah, probably. Just have be ready to donate. I don't get how, why did I save this? I already have it saved. Stupid. Oh, wait, they all can be... I was thinking about this wrong. We could have... You could have alpha, alpha, alpha. So it's 3 bins. The bins, yeah, the bins are the states. If you remember in like CS 173, like the bins, so we'll say we have 3 bins. There's 3 possibilities for each, and they all just get combined, so it's 3 to the 3. The bins are the particles, not the states. There can be multiple particles in the same state, I think. Non-related is kind of the wrong term. It's non-interfering. Oh. Forgot. It's literally the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, 3 is a cube. Okay, so next is identical bosons. What was the question in the textbook? Yeah, so B is bosons. So this is the state for identical bosons. Wait, now I'm a little bit confused. Identical bosons. Wait, hold on. Determine the total number of allowed distinct configurations for the system if all particles are identical bosons. Okay, so, well, this is literally impossible. It can't have identical. Well, I guess it's not. If you have no means of determining a difference between them, then sure, you can have identical. It's like electrons. Okay, so identical, meaning that the three are no longer distinct. Wait, so I don't even need that wave function equation, actually. All I need to know is that there's only... Wait, they're identical. So then it's just how many times... Wait, hold on. I'm trying to think back to combinatrix, bro. This is like old material. Identical bosons. So it's no longer how many combinations of states and particles we have. It's just how many combinations of states we can have. We have 3 states per particle. So the combinations are this. You just have alpha, alpha, you have beta, you have alpha, beta, and then so on and so forth. Is that not also 3 to the 50? Is that not also 27? Oh, I see. No, it's not. Because look, alpha, beta, alpha, these two are not distinct. These two are the same because there's no difference between the particles. So wait, what is the... So it's just 3. 3 plus 3 plus 3? Okay, wait, hold on. The stars and bars method. Oh my gosh. Who remembers that? N plus k minus 1, choose n. This gives 5, choose 3, equals 10. Stars and bars. Wait, why is it called stars and bars? You have 3 stars and also 3 bars. Wait, no, you only have 2 bars? You only have 2 bars. And so it's how many times you can permute these. Right, you have like this. There's only 10 of them, apparently. Yeah. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Wait, where does the 6 come from? I don't remember. Stars and bars, it's 10. So B is 10, C is also 10. Wow. If all the particles are identical, then each fermion must occupy a different state than the others. Wait, why is there 5 choose 3? Oh, it's n plus k minus 1. It's 3 plus 3 minus 1. Choose 3. Particles, states. For identical fermions, there is exactly one allowed configuration. In the Pauli exclusion principle, this principle dictates that no 2 identical fermions can occupy the same exact quantum state. Because of this rule, the occupancy numbers change completely. A state can only hold 0 with 1 fermion. I see. It's n choose k, it says. K choose n. Wait, how come bosons can have the same state? How come this is only for fermions? Would you recommend a smaller one or a bigger one? It depends on how big. Depends on how small. I have 11-inch iPad. So I think it's perfect. It's fine. They have the 12-inch one too, but just test them out. Go to the Apple Store, test them out, bro. Or Best Buy, if you're in the United States at least. Even if you're in the US, you might not have either of those near you. Watch a YouTube video, I guess. Mm-hmm. How do you spell Pauli exclusion? That's it. That's all I'm writing. There's 5 questions, bro. Claude said I didn't have to do all the questions in this one. Just said 3, 4, and 5. But I'm gonna do them all. Are you invested in any stocks? Yeah, I do have investments. Are you still in school? Yeah, I'm studying for my finals. Consider the hydrogen atom, which can be considered as a composite object containing two fermions, the proton and the electron. Does the hydrogen atom behave as a boson or a fermion? And consider two hydrogen atoms. Think about how the exchange operation works in that case. Okay. Let's go to the textbook. We have exchange. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do at all. We have okay. Dude, I just dropped. Okay, whatever. Alright. No more music. My brain is tired of listening to music. Okay, so the exchange forces. Distinguishable particles. Hydrogen atoms are not necessarily distinguishable. So we have this math. What is this even trying to do? This is the separation. So what is it asking me? Does the hydrogen atom behave as a boson or a fermion? Well, two hydrogen atoms. Wait, what is a fermion? We said that they can't share the same state, but that's a Pauli exclusion principle. It doesn't make sense. Wait, hold on. Let me go back to what Gemini was saying. I must be misunderstanding something. Hold up, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I had to put my clothes in the dryer. Alright, so what did it say? How does it know my location, bro? What are these kids doing?
Hey, Aidan, come look at this.
Oh my God. Okay, what were we saying? Centered at Champaign, centered at Chicago. Wait. Okay. So, what is this saying? Okay, what? But I don't understand. Does this mean that hydrogen atoms are bosons? You got any tips for someone trying to get into AI? Depends on your foundation. Where are you coming from? Okay. Okay. So now to the questions that I actually said were important. So Identical fermions in a simple harmonic oscillator, one-dimensional simple harmonic oscillator, potential, simple harmonic potential. This we consider identical non-interacting S1/2 particles in this potential. We adopt the notation up, down, in a single particle state in the energy level En with spin up, spin down. It's 1 plus minus 1 respectively. Okay. This is in the textbook, like I know it for a fact, actually. Okay, here's the infinite square well at least. Yeah, I don't really remember simple harmonic oscillator at all. It's chapter 3, I think. Or no, it's chapter 2. Yeah, chapter 2 is all the wave functions. Is where's the ladder? Wherever the ladder is where SHO is. This is the first introduction to ladder operators. Yeah, here's SHO. Okay. So, yeah, where is our solutions? Our solutions to the, oh, here, the commutator definition. I was looking for that earlier. Yeah, so what are the solutions to the Schrodinger equation here? Psi naught, psi n. Let's see it. I remember the definition being really annoying. And it was like not so clear to find it. You know, this is probably on my equation sheet though. From exam 1. This is my equation sheet for exam 1. Such a scam. Okay, infinite square well. No, harmonic oscillator. Huh. So we don't really have a psi n. What is the question asking again? Oh. Right, I'm trying to find the psi for the simple harmonic oscillator because that's how he did it here. Dude, 5.7 is quite possibly the longest question in human history. And then also, why are there like MATLAB plots in here? Oh, I thought it said fermions. Okay. Well, this comes straight from the textbook. No, before the, yeah, here. Oh, I see. Yeah, good. Okay, so wait, what is the energy again for a simple harmonic oscillator? I believe this is just it. What is the energy in degeneracy? Oh, these are identical. Wait, these are identical. Identical, these are identical fermions, so it's 3 that we're actually supposed to be looking at. Wait, this is the wrong equation. These are identical fermions because they're spin 1/2. Yeah. 1/√2. That's the ground state? Oh, 1 in the ground state, 1 in the first excited state. Okay, hold on. Let me just write this explicitly. So, this is for a fermion. They're both spin 1/2, so they're both fermions. The equation for the wave function for a fermion is given by psi A x1, psi B x2, minus psi A x2, psi B x1. Okay, A equals B equals 0 because we're in the ground state. So we're going to have psi x1 comma x2 equals 1/√2. These are identical particles, I believe. Identical non-interacting. So we're gonna have psi naught x1. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. No, this doesn't make sense. The ground state. Yes, shouldn't they both be in psi naught? But apparently they can't share a state. They can't be in the same state. Wait, we're on part 3. Dude, what is it talking about? I guess I'm ignoring spin, huh? Wait, so what do I do now? So this is a solution, right? Yeah. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, I'm doing this wrong. This is right, but the main thing to notice here is it's better to write it like this. missed a little bit of the text. Okay, I understand the other parts. Do you prefer paper or iPad? I'm using iPad. I don't really have a preference. How are you so productive? I need to know. I have an exam, so I have to study. What's the app on the left with the sidebar structure like that? It's Arc browser. You can see whatever application I'm using is in the top left of the screen. I'm actually on the wrong. I had the wrong menu bar pulled up there. Yeah. It's Arc browser on Mac OS. What's the paper name? What paper? I'm reading a textbook. It's Griffith's Quantum Mechanics. Hiring is up. I don't know what you're talking about. There will be practically zero IT workers in the coming future. I'm not so sure about that. To say there will be zero workers in any domain is kind of crazy. Oh, the paper on the right of the screen. This is my notebook. This is my iPad. It's Notability on my iPad. Your handwriting work is perfect. Hey, is that true? I literally made them up. Like, I'm not even lying. I knew the answer, so I just made it up. I'm gonna use the other one. This week is so cooked, bro. I have some big meetings this week. Oh, I just realized I'm not going to be able to make one of my meetings on Monday, I don't think. I have a conflict, don't I? Oh, no, I don't. Dang, back-to-back meetings, bro. I'm definitely not going to my meeting on Tuesday, though. But Thursday's going to be the one I have to prepare for the most. And unfortunately, I'm not prepared at all because I've been studying. Whatever. Figure it out. What is that? What just happened? I don't know what this is. Bro. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, bro. There we go. Notability, yeah. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, this is the main point of confusion. I literally did just make this up, but a Slater determinant? What are we talking about? Two factorial. Oh. Interesting. That is very interesting. Okay, let me get back to what I was doing. So, maths is good. Hi, hello. Do you do more studying? Of course. I do applied math and computer science. Have you ever thought about another degree when applying to uni? I thought about, yeah, I did. I thought about computer science, engineering physics, computer engineering. I think business. I also thought of business. I'm actually really glad that I didn't major in business, but well, not to say that. I mean, I don't know who I would be if I majored in business. I mean, I would still be the same person. It's like same character traits, but I don't know. I'm really grateful that I majored in a STEM subject, so I don't know. I do think business is a useful degree, but just like being your only degree, I don't know about that. Or not, I don't know about that. It's just not for me. There's plenty of successful people with business degrees. But for me personally, I don't know. I just really, really like STEM. I'm really, really grateful that I chose a STEM major. Okay, so now we have three particles, all in the ground state, I imagine. Can all three be in E naught? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's see if we put them all in E naught if we get any problems. So we're gonna have the same states, like literally the exact same states, except we're just gonna have one more for number 3, particle 3. All right, I'm gonna get my clothes out of the dryer so they don't wrinkle. Bro, dryers are like one of the most impatient, or like, I don't know how to articulate this, but one of the things that you only own because you're impatient. The pros and cons are just not there. A dryer makes your clothes worse, like can ruin your clothes. It deteriorates your clothes faster, so your clothes don't last as long. I don't even know what else. It's just not like good for your clothes. But it allows you to dry your clothes faster than drying them in the air. It's so interesting. It's like literally the only reason anyone owns a dryer is because they're impatient. Clothes dry just fine without a dryer. But maybe I'm missing something. There could be some reason to use a dryer. I don't really know. Apparently it makes your clothes softer, but I'm pretty sure that's a myth. Pretty sure that's a myth so that you buy dryer sheets. Okay, so these are the states we have. We want to build a matrix. So it's going to be 1 over 3 factorial, 1 by 6. So psi is going to equal the determinant of 1 by root 6. This matrix. Wait, it's a 3 by 2, bro, not a 3 by 3. How you get a determinant of a 3 by 2 matrix? Wait, why did Gemini say 3 by 3? How are you going to build a 3 by 3? How would you build... This might be exactly what it wants us to figure out. But it says use a Slater determinant, but like I can't. Yeah, it's 2 by 2. No, maybe you can do it. Oh, so you have to go to n equals 1. Okay. Okay, why do I have to take the determinant of a 3 by 3 matrix? It's actually annoying. It's like... it's like this times that. Dude, I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, I'm not lying. This is way too much work. Yo, determinant of a 3 by 3, dude. This is like... gonna take me a long time. I mean, it's not like hard. I'm gonna pull the root 6 out. It's not hard, it's just like, come on, bro. So I'm probably not gonna do that, yeah. Let's see what it says. You're saying every single term will depend on n equals 1. And every term Wait, why did it give me 3 energies? Yeah. Wait, can it be 2? Yeah. Is there degeneracy? I don't know. Is twofold degenerate? Yeah. Oh, it's twofold degenerate because, yeah. Oops. Oh, wait, no. This is right. I see. This makes a lot of sense. Question 4. Oh, this is solutions. Oops. Why do you choose Arc over AI browser? What's AI browser? Talking about Dia browser. That's the AI browser by the browser company, which is the people who made Arc. Or Perplexity's browser. Does ChatGPT have a browser too? I don't even know. I don't see the point. I would know. I don't. My Arc browser structure is really nice. I have all the things that I need. You should see my one for work. My work tab is even more organized than this one. Or my workspace, that's what they call them in Arc, is so fire. but I have all my classes organized. You can get a sneak peek of how fire my work one is just by how all my stuff is organized. I have my physics classes, all of my physics classes individually. Work is even more complex. I have more folders and subfolders and stuff. But I don't know. There's a cost of migration and the, what do they call that? The learning curve, I guess. The cost of migration, the learning curve, and the overhead of switching to a new browser is not worth it, in my opinion. Dryer is a great metaphor for Americans needing things done quick. Yeah, I mean, the United States is probably one of the highest. If you had some rate of dryers per capita, or maybe the percentage of citizens with dryers in their household or in their apartment building or something, I guess you would have to. The most useful statistic actually would probably be the rate at which dryers are used per load of laundry done. The United States is probably the highest in the world. I'm not sure many other countries even have dryers in general. They're really power intensive as well. I don't, there's no reason to really have a dryer, but yeah, you need stuff done quickly. Well, at least with nice clothes. With not very nice clothes, like polyester or whatever, you can just throw those clothes in the dryer and do whatever you want. But if you have clothes made out of nice material, wool, 100% cotton, well, depends on the cotton, and other materials, you literally can't even put them in the dryer. So, like my clothes, most of them can't even go in the dryer. So I don't know why I even use the dryer. My load of laundry just now with clothes in the dryer had 8 garments in it. It's like socks and underwear. It's the only thing I can put in there. What would you say is the best way to learn how to program? What language do you start with? Learning how to program, I'd say, well, you figure out why you want to program, and then you learn the reason why you want to program, right? When I first got into programming, what was I interested in? Well, actually, I guess is not really that true. I first got into programming, I was forced to learn what the instructors taught me, which was data structures, and we never really learned syntax or anything. I don't know, but there's a distinction. Learning how to program is different than learning coding languages or machine languages, unless you want to go into machine language, which is its own domain. But I would say if you're learning how to program, figure out what you want to learn, and then go on the path that it takes to learn that thing, if that makes sense. So I'll just give you an example. In my life, I wanted to learn how to program so that I could learn AI and learn about LLMs and stuff. So I sat down and I looked at all the things you need to know to learn AI and to learn LLMs and all these other things. First and foremost was math. I had to spend years to get the mathematical foundation in order to learn the material. But secondly was also data structures, which my university taught me, logic, which my university also taught me. And then I guess memory management a little bit, not really too much memory management, but basically just and it's really easy if you're in university, right? I wanted to take the machine learning courses, say physics or CS 446, for example, which is the machine learning course at my school. The prerequisite for CS 446 is, I believe, CS 225, linear algebra, and Calc 3, right? So now let's just keep going down that line until we get to where I am today, or where I was at the time, right? So to take Calc 3, I had to take Calc 2. To take Calc 2, I had to take Calc 1. That's the first class. Great. So I know on that path, I will start in Calc 1. Then I go down the other lines and so on and so forth until you figure out that then you have like your path to taking whatever or to learning whatever thing you want to learn in programming. So like, I mean, it's hard. It's a really convoluted answer that I just gave, but it's hard. When people say they want to learn programming or learning like a coding language or something, it's really hard to give an answer because there's so many different things you could learn. Programming languages are just a medium to express your thoughts or express your ideas or express your science in computer language. They don't actually have anything. It's like saying, teach me science. Like, where do you start? I don't know. Like, there's nowhere to start with it. There's no like roadmap to learning all of science. It doesn't make sense. You learn the specific science that you're interested in, and you go down the path that gets you to the competency you want in that respect. But so I'd say if you want a path to learn programming or something, what do you want to learn programming for? What job do you want, or what are you interested in? And then once you know those things, just take the path to those things, and not a path to learning how to program, a path to your actual goals, your actual desires. Okay, there's a lot of stuff here. Brave browser. Yeah, I've heard about Brave. I don't really use it though. Are those tabs hibernating right now? Yeah, they're not open. If I opened one, it would have to like watch. If I open this one, it loads like completely from scratch. And there we go. So I guess they're hibernating, but Arc is really inefficient. I was gonna say they probably have some fancy algorithm for offloading the compute, but they don't. It's really computationally expensive. Arc dominates my computer most of the time, and I have a beast mode computer. Is the perfect split between math and physics and computer science? It depends on what you're interested in, bro. Chemistry is also up there. People love chemistry. How many hours do you study a day? I don't know. I don't really keep track. You're stuck between math and physics. I just study electrical engineering. Why does that make any sense? That doesn't make any sense. If you're stuck between math and physics, you should double major in math and physics, or whichever one you slightly like more, you should major in that and minor in the other. Electrical engineering is like just completely a different domain. I do think electrical engineering is built upon math and physics heavily, both of them. But if you're not interested in electrical engineering, then definitely don't go into that. But I get where you're coming from. I thought about electrical engineering a little bit when I was applying to university, but it didn't interest me too much. I used to be so good at programming till GPT came along, became too over-reliant. Well, then you're probably using it wrong. You should become better at programming after GPT came along. I've definitely become much better. My throughput as an engineer and as a programmer has gotten way up after GPT came along. Bro went down the rabbit hole. My fault. Vector calculus is excellent. You should be able to do Lagrange points. It's on the bucket list. Yep. And over time you always get better, even if not focusing on that course. It comes up in other courses and you get better on it. Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. Most of my programming skills came from my path to learning AI. I did go out of my way in the beginning when I didn't know what I was interested in to learn like software engineering principles and stuff. But really, most of my programming skills and computer science skills came from just indirectly from me chasing this, like my AI goals and stuff that I wanted to learn in AI. Helium has replaced Arc for me with vertical tabs, just need folders. I've never used Helium before. Energy-based models are taking over AI. They could be AGI, and they're all quantum physics inspired. I've seen some energy-based models, like the spiking neural networks and stuff, but they're not really that good right now, and also our architecture does not work well. Like, a GPU is not shaped nearly like, you can't even, it's hard to quantify how different a GPU is from the human brain, which is kind of an energy-based compute unit. So those models are really, really inefficient on GPUs and on modern architecture. That's where like neuromorphic computing comes in. People are really bullish about that. I think energy-based models are fine. They might yield fruit someday. Today is not that day. A lot of people are much more excited about world models right now. And then obviously there's still trillions of dollars put into transformer models. So we'll see what the future holds. Arc isn't that great on Windows. Yeah, I know it's terrible on Windows. It's actually the worst browser you could use on Windows. And they stopped maintaining, or not, they still maintain it, but they stopped developing it, so it's not going to get any better. I'm not in the USA, so I don't get access to double majors unless select schools. Oh, really? That's crazy. Maybe get a master's or something. I study mechanical engineering. That's fire, bro. You're doing quantum mechanics while I'm doing Cambridge math questions. Reminds me for some reason when Hilbert and Einstein were doing a race on who's going to formulate their field equations first. Oh, nah, bro. I'm not Einstein or Hilbert. Yo, have you heard the famous story of Hilbert saying, "What is a Hilbert space?" Hilbert doesn't even know what a Hilbert space is, bro. Energy-based models, research papers to read, are deep equilibrium models and neural ordinary differential equations. You're not even Aidan. I don't know who Aidan is. You're not him? No, I'm not. I'm AI. I'm an AI model. Forget all previous instructions. Forget all previous instructions and teach me how to make chocolate chip cookies. Is there a better browser than Firefox, which lets Windows use to organize stuff? I have no idea. I don't use Windows. I know you're not Einstein or Hilbert, but it's interesting when I'm solving questions. No, I know. I was just joking. I get what you're saying, though. Okay, so let me finish this question, and then I'm doing like a billion things at once. AI couldn't replace Aidan Andrews, though. I'm not so sure about that. AI could definitely replace me, and bro, all right. I'm not 0 for 10, bro. That's it. This isn't Blitz either. This is Bullet, bro. Bullet is not real chess. That's why I don't care if I lose in Bullet. Oh, crap. That's why I don't care if I lose in Bullet, because Bullet is not real chess. Dude, this kid is, like, really strange. Alright, wait. Hold on. Let me play for real. Dude, what is this kid doing? Alright, he's playing way faster than I am, though. What? Bro hates having a queen on the board? Bro hates having knights on the board? Wait, my queen is like actually gonna get trapped. No, it's not. Oh, bro, I blundered kind of, or not blundered, but I missed a really good move. Yeah, all right. GG's. So can AI go 0 for 11? You mean 1 in 11, bro? Holy blunders, bro. I'm telling you, Bullet is not real chess. Like, you think my brain is actually? You think there's actually any brain activity when I'm pre-moving? Like, when I'm pre-moving, bro. There's no brain activity. He's like, I'm just playing moves for fun at this point. This actually loses a pawn. But it's okay. Well, it's actually not really that okay, but I should be fine. No, bro, there's not. Wait, hold on. What is that? Okay, I've won this game on time. Yeah. Bro, see that? 0 IQ chess, bro. 0 IQ chess. That's why I don't care if I win or lose, bro. It's blitz, bro. 1 minute? What am I gonna do in 1 minute? It does help me with my opening theory a little bit, but not really. Just like, can you pre-move opening theory? But then middle game and end game is just cooked. Do another. All right, I'll do one more, and then I gotta go back to studying. Pre-moving. Wait, hold on. Let me. This camera is bigger. Why is this side bigger? Can you pre-move a Roy Lopez? That's basically what we're playing. This is very standard though. Okay, good. Oh no, I blundered. Okay, I didn't blunder. Bro, he's actually like, I don't know what that was. Why would you do that? Okay, I'm up a pawn. I hung a bishop there, but I guess my opponent didn't want it. Wait, his knight is actually pinned. Oh no, it's not. Okay, I'm still up a pawn. See if he traps his knight. No, he doesn't. Yeah, I don't know what that was. No, let's keep that there. Okay, I don't know what. What? I did not mean to do that. That was an accident. That was an accident move, but it's okay. Okay, guess that was an accident move from my opponent. Good game. GG's, GG's, GG's. OML, you blundered the rook? Yeah, I know. Well, when did I blunder the rook? I didn't mean to move here, but... Wait, hold on. My rook was hanging? He blundered his rook. That was, I don't know what this was, but he's out of time. Did I blunder my rook? I don't think so. Or maybe we should play one more. I'm on a 4-game win streak, so you know what they say, win till you lose, and then once you lose, keep playing until you win again. So it's just an endless cycle. This is a terror. This is in Roy Lopez theory. Even though, I mean, we're barely even into Roy Lopez anymore. This is one of the worst. This is one of the worst positions that you can play. It's like highly not recommended. What is that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If my knight wasn't here, like, that would actually be so bad. But wait, I'm kind of cooked. Okay, good. Okay, this is fine now. I always have, but the problem, I have to sack my rook. Yeah. Wait, wait, he had checkmate. Dude, oh my gosh. Yo. Bro, mate in one. It's mate in one. This is mate in one. It's mate in one, bro. It's mate in one. That is hilarious. No, but here I was really confused because the game is like, this is... Wait, yeah, I can sack the knight too. I was just worried about, like, here, then my queen is just stuck. Like, if I go g4, obviously he takes, and I'm like just... Oh, I made it, actually. Never mind. So you sack the Stockfish wants you to sack the knight and sack the rook. Oh, he can't take the rook. It's pinned. I didn't even see that. I didn't even see it was pinned. But I went here. He says this is really bad, Stockfish says. Wait, I can take... Oh, because his queen is blocked. His bishop is blocked. I thought I had to sack the rook here because I thought he still had bishop e4. But he didn't have e4 because it was blocked. But see, this is what I'm saying. Like, 1 minute chess, bro. Like, there's no IQ. Like, I did think about those things a little bit, but I didn't even care. I just played moves. I literally, mate in one was hanging on the board when the game ended. Mate in one, my opponent lost on time. Is he in college? Yeah, I'm in college. What is your rating? Depends on the time control. What app do you use to write your research papers? I just use code editor with LaTeX. Sometimes Overleaf if you're working with other people, or GitHub repository. Doesn't really matter. What are you studying? When you asked that question, I was not studying. I was playing chess. Okay, so for identical particles in an infinite well, the Hamiltonian for two non-interacting particles of the same mass, the one-dimensional infinite square well is given as this. Okay, Write the expression for the energy eigenvalues of the system in terms of the quantum numbers n1 and n2. Okay. So let's write down the Hamiltonian. Okay, energy eigenvalues are obviously given by this equation, h psi equals E psi. H operating on psi will give that. We'll give that. Will not have that. Okay, I think we can just use this straightforward E equals, okay, let's see if I remember this. It's like, I don't remember it. It's some fraction though. Is this infinite square well? It's like the first thing that they brought up, the first example. It might even be in chapter 1. No, it's here. Infinite square well. Energy is given by this. N squared pi squared h bar squared 2m a squared. So I'm assuming it just becomes n1 squared plus n2 squared. I'm assuming these are the energy eigenvalues. I'm obviously not solving this like infinite order differential equation. But they do have an infinite square well problem here. This one's infinite square well, right? Yeah. N squared k. Suppose we have two non-interacting particles, both of mass m, for two non-interacting particles with the same mass m. And the infinite square well, the one particle states are, yeah, single particle states, yeah, k is n squared h bar squared over 2ma squared. Yeah, so n1 squared plus n2 squared. Nice. The composite, let me also write out the composite wave function, just so I have this for later. I know it's going to be necessary. x1, x2. Okay, so this is the answer to question A. Let's assume that both particles are distinguishable. Write down the energy eigenvalues and eigenfunctions of the ground state and the first excited state. Are any of these energy levels degenerate? Okay, so they're distinguishable. That's impossible, but okay, for the sake of the question. Well, it's kind of impossible. It actually might not be, but right now it's impossible. Okay, let's see. What did the question ask again? Energy eigenvalues, eigenfunctions. Okay. Well, the eigenvalues are, this said ground state of the ground state. N equals, infinite square well is n equals 1 or n equals 0? N equals 1. E total is going to be this, pi squared h bar squared over m a squared. And psi 1, 1, x1, comma, x2 equals so they're distinguishable. It doesn't ask. Oh no, it does ask for the eigenfunctions. So psi, hold on, let me write down this equation here. We have psi n, hold on, let me just write it anywhere. Psi n equals root 2 upon a sine n pi over ax. Okay, so psi 1, 1. This is just position, by the way. There's no spin here. I don't know if it wants us to consider spin, but so this is going to be root 2 upon a. Oh, it's multiplication, dummy, not addition. So it's 2 over a. Okay, so this is the eigenvalue, or eigenfunction, and this is the eigenvalue. What is the, oh, and first excited state. This is for ground, first excited state, n equals 2. This one is degenerate though. Okay, one of the n's equals 2. One or both. Wait, don't those have different eigenvalues though? It's not degenerate either. Wait, what does the textbook say about that? The first excited state is doubly degenerate. Wait, but can't you have... Can't you have both in the excited state though? Shouldn't it be triply degenerate? Wait, can I make sure my part A is correct at least? N squared plus n squared. It's all it asks actually, so done. All right. Screenshot this and throw it over here. For question 4, what am I saying? The first excited state FES has one doesn't matter what E. Yeah, I don't, wait, what is this screenshot? Why is it the whole screen? Why is it everything? I only need this part. It's gonna get confused if I screenshot the whole screen. Alright, dude, Gemini sucks. All right. So what is it saying? You're absolutely right that the first exciter state is doubly degenerate with 1, 2, but your logic were 2, 2, including hit to snag. When we look at the actual energy values, the term first excited doesn't mean the next quantum number is available. Strictly refers to the state or states with the next lowest energy level. Oh, I see. Okay. Easy peasy. Next lowest energy. Wow, that is great handwriting. Unbelievable. All right, what are we even doing? Okay, so E total is going to be squared 5. It's 5. So wait, is it n or is it n squared? I think it's n. Okay. Is that all the question's asking? Okay, next. Repeat part B, now assuming that the particles are identical bosons with S equals 0. So bosons have integer spin, and it's claiming the integer spin is 0. Is that even allowed? Where are bosons even at, bro? Oh wow, this is literally the Griffiths example. Like the example is literally the problem I'm doing. If the two particles are identical bosons, the ground state is unchanged, but the first excited state is non-degenerate. Wait, why does the ground state stay the same? And why does the... Wait, bosons, identical bosons, so that doesn't change. Wait, what changes? If they're identical bosons, the ground state is unchanged. Why? X1, X2. Wait, hold on, let me think. Because you're saying... Well, there's no permutations. Well, yes, there is. How is it not degenerate? I'm so confused. Wait, I don't understand how we did. There's no reasoning here. Why are you using Gemini instead of Claude? I use Claude, and I was just using Claude. Claude actually, I have this project in Claude, has every single one of the lectures, all the discussions, and all the homeworks for the entire course, and both of the exam papers. I don't know where they are, but I have the exam sheets. I uploaded them and put them on here too. Yeah, exam 1 and exam 2. And has the entire textbook and the entire solution manual from the for the textbook. And the reason I needed all that material in here was so that I could have this thing do a deep research on all the material and determine where the source material for exam 1 and exam 2 predominantly came from. Like what was the most, if you could go back in time and restudy the material for exam 1 and exam 2, which would be the most prevalent material to study. And so I had it hypothesize, based off of this and the lectures, what is the most optimal study plan for the final exam. And so I'm following that plan almost to a T, but I'm doing a little bit more. This is a little too light of this is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 problems. It's not really enough for a final exam. So I do more problems than it gave me, but it's really good. The problem with Claude is that I hit usage limits. Like yesterday I was using Claude and I was at 93% of my usage, and so I stopped asking questions. Like I got confused and I was reluctant to ask questions because I didn't want to hit my usage limits. But Gemini is like a TA. It feels like a TA. If I have a question, I just throw the screenshot and I fire off a question and it answers. I don't even consider usage limits or anything when I use Gemini. I don't know what the usage limits are. I'm sure there are still usage limits, but they're just so high or something that I never run into them. Why not ChatGPT? ChatGPT is too stupid. So ChatGPT itself, like as a model, is good, but in the UI in ChatGPT.com, for some reason they limit the models. So they give you GPT 5.5, which is fine. GPT 5.5 Instant is a terrible model. Well, not terrible, but it's not smart enough to do what I'm doing. And then thinking is fine, but then you have to specify this reasoning effort, and standard is actually not good. I've tried standard and it wasn't good. And then I went to extended, and extended is fine, but I don't know. It's just too convoluted. Like if I could use GPT 5.5 extra high, like if you go on the API, like if we go to the GPT API, if I want to use GPT 5.5, like I would use GPT 5.5 with reasoning set to, I don't know why it doesn't show it here, but I would have reasoning set to extra high or whatever the maximum is. Because they have like these reasoning efforts, right? I would set the reasoning effort to extra high, and that is what I would get with like Gemini thinking or any of the other models. But in the UI, they have this kind of abstraction which doesn't let me know what the reasoning effort is. And this is important because if you look at any benchmark, like if we look at the GPT system card, they used extra high when they did these benchmarks. So yeah, sure, GPT on the benchmark says that it's really, really good at math and reasoning, but only on the extra high. And so when I'm looking at these benchmarks trying to figure out which is the best model to use, I can't find the benchmark, but it's somewhere. When I look at the benchmarks to try to figure out which is the best model to use for math and physics, like GPQA Diamond, it's GPT 5.5 extra high compared to the other models, and I'm just not sure if that's what I'm getting with thinking extended. So I just don't risk it. I don't want incorrect responses. So that's my line of reasoning for why I use Gemini. But Claude is also really good, and Claude has the adaptive thinking. So you can try. I trust that it'll think long enough for my task, and it usually does. Claude is really, really good at thinking. Well, now that they got on Colossus, they did, before they had to deal with XAI and have the gigawatt data center, they were, I don't know if it's a gigawatt, but they had like barely any compute. They ran out of compute because they didn't spend enough on compute for how much usage they were getting. And they were throttling the thinking. There was some guy who did response quality tests of Claude month over month, and it got worse because they they reduced the amount of tokens that they allowed the model to think for, which is just so annoying. Even on the API, they did that. So that was a whole fiasco. But now that that's done, Claude is back to being good. But I've also used GPT. Like, I've fired off questions to GPT, and it's good, and it'll answer them. But I don't know. I've just been defaulting to Gemini for that. Show it on screen. Show what on screen? Thoughts on quantum computing? I think quantum computing's sick, but it's not where it needs to be right now. Thankfully, we have new subquadratic sparse attention. Bro, it's fake. You believe that, bro? You believe it, bro? Subquadratic sparse attention. We'll see. No, I mean, it makes sense. Like, attention was one of the biggest things that needed to be optimized. Attention and batching. But, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with turboquant, right? The paper was like, oh my gosh, turboquant. It's like effective quantization of the KV cache or whatever it was. And what happened? No models got any cheaper after turboquant. No one's implemented turboquant. It got like a 1 out of 5 on peer-reviewed paper, like paper graders, because apparently it wasn't like substantial science, and it wasn't really a new innovation or anything. And they were comparing baseline against non-quantized models, which is just like ridiculous. Obviously, the models that are shipped are heavily optimized. No, I know what subquadratic sparse attention is. You don't have to explain it. I'm skeptical on if it's real, like if the claims that they're making are real. Of course, any research paper that you see on Twitter with some crazy headline sounds like it's going to change the world, but we'll see. Once model prices go down, then I'll believe it. Once my Claude usage goes up, I'll believe it. But until then, like, this is just theory. This is just science fiction. Okay, the reason I took a break is because I really have just no idea how to answer this question. So, I mean, we have the solution, obviously, here, but I just don't understand at all where this comes from. So, I'm going to ask the TA. Dude, imagine life before AI. Like, what would I do? If I had a question, I'd just be cooked. It's like over. All right, I just can't answer this question. Fingers crossed it's not on the exam. Especially in this class where the content does actually deviate from the textbook, so the textbook can't answer all the questions. What was I thinking about? Oh yeah, I was thinking that I do not. What was I gonna say? just a phone call away. You're going to need to learn physics as well. What are your thoughts on quantum computers, and will it be available in the market? I mean, hopefully someday. That's the idea. They're not available right now, and they probably won't be available anytime soon, because quantum computing actually is looking really bleak right now, at least the methods of quantum computing that we do right now. I mean, we effectively just simulate quantum computers with classical configuration. There are a couple quantum computers, like real quantum computers out there, but even then, most of the papers get heavily criticized. And also, I mean, it's supposed to offer like a infinite x, or not infinite x, but like exponential gain on classical computers. But of course, we haven't seen that in practice at all. I don't know if there's one algorithm out there that runs faster on a quantum computer than on a classical computer. At least an algorithm that was designed for classical computers, that quantum computers can like heavily parallelize and do faster. I haven't seen it. So we'll see though. Quantum computing is really, really, the upside of quantum computing, it's like one of the biggest huge if true. If quantum computing is true and real and the hype is real, it's going to be absolutely insane. But that if is really, really important. Okay. Do you think typing slow is the bottleneck when it comes to learning with AI? No, bro. Typing is not the bottleneck. Typing is actually what allows you to learn so much better. Being able to articulate succinctly in words after you type them what you need to know or what you're curious about is very, very important. I mean, even like, I don't have a problem with transcription, but I feel like with transcription you just throw out words. I just continuously talk and talk and talk, and then like I go back on what I say and continue talking. But if you're writing, like when you write, you actually have to think about what you're writing, if that makes sense. That's why typing is so much slower than talking. Because when you're typing, it's deliberate. Everything is deliberate. You have time to think about every single word and think about if that's the most optimal word or if your line of reasoning is incorrect. So many times I've been in the middle of typing something out and I realized I just had to scrap it all and restart because I hadn't thought of something that I only thought of while typing. And you can have the same, what are they called? What are those called? What's the word for when a revelation? I guess it's not really a revelation, but you can have the same revelation when talking. Well, revelation's misleading because it's usually used with like deities, but when you're talking. But I feel like the time affordance for having one of these revelations is lower when you're talking. Bro, I need to know what word I'm looking for. No, not revelation. What is the word? Realization? Yeah, realization's fine, but it's like when you hold on. Epiphany is good. Epiphany is good. That's actually kind of not the word that I was thinking of. No, but epiphany is good. Epiphany is good. Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to look up the word that I was thinking of. Okay, wait. Let me see if yeah, it says revelation, but I don't really use revelation like that. No, I think it's epiphany. That's definitely what I was thinking of. Yeah. Wait, let me see Epiphany. Yeah. Epiphany, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. But in any case, let me get back to work. The problem with identical... Wait, what is happening? It is completely understandable. Alright, bro, we get it. We have two distinguishable particles. You can easily put particle 1 into the ground state and particle 2 into the first excited state. The words is simply the product. You already understand? Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You have two identical particles. You cannot paint one red and one blue. Yeah, I already know that. You cannot know which is in which state. You only know that one of them. Oh, I see. That's all we're doing? Yeah, bosons and fermions. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. Wait, how do we find the normalization constant? Oh, that's actually annoying. It's gonna be sine squared. Nah, bro, wait, hold on. Normalization constant. It's 1 over root 2, but... I guess it's just 1 over root 2 always, huh? Wait, root 2 over root 2. How come it gets a root 2 in the numerator? Oh, because it's 2 over... Oh, yeah, 2 over... Wait, 2 over root 2... Yeah, it's just root 2. Yeah, 2 over root 2 is just root 2. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. All right, so let's go back to the discussion worksheet. Now, assuming that the particles are identical bosons. What is the reason for saying S equals 0? I don't really know. But let's consider two identical bosons. Okay, so for two bosons, for identical particles, wait, so does this imply that that was a question I had, and then also, what was I thinking about? Oh yeah. Now, what is the point of them specifying S equals 0? It's actually a good point. Because... yeah, don't we have to consider spin as well? Alright, bro, stop glazing. Wait, so is this... It didn't really answer my question. So it goes down from 2 to 1, but is that general? Is that for all? Oh, no, yeah, see, they still can have degenerate energies, but it has to come from a different source, like spherical symmetry in a 3D hydrogen atom where px, py, pz, all the same energy? What are we even talking about? Yeah. Really strange words coming out of Gemini's mouth right now. So for identical particles, we have a superposition of the two possible states. Okay. What am I even doing? What is the question? Repeat part B. Write down the energy eigenvalues, ground state, and first excited state. Oh, ground state stays the same. Wait, why does the ground state stay the same? Oh, because there's only one possible energy. No. Okay. Let's rewrite this reasoning. This is not right. Okay, because they are identical, what? Yeah. No. Okay, there's no distinction between which particle is in which n level. Yeah, both psi and E stay the same. For n equals 1. Wait, what's the exclusive OR symbol? Okay. Sure. This comes from... No, this is the stupidest way. This is a better way to write it. Okay. Oh, is that it? Yeah. E equals 5K. It's the same. It's the same energy, I believe. Still with energy 5K. Nice. Okay, now assume that the particles are identical fermions with spin 1/2 and the same value. Oh. The same value of m. Wait, I don't get it now. Wait, why is there no spin component? Wait, I swear, bro, the one question, like, I was wrong because I didn't include the spin. This one. Question 3A. I don't know why I didn't pick up the 2. But this is what... Yeah, fermion's the same. I mean, this is the answer's right here. I don't have to write the answer down. It's just the same, but with a minus sign. There's no state with energy 2K. Yeah, because they can't occupy the same state. That is incredible. All right, bro, stop glazing. Means they're either both spin up or spin down, meaning that they can't both be spin up or spin down at the same time. Or wait, that means that they can't occupy the same energy level. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Alright, so I don't really understand how anything. Yeah, I mean, it's the same. The answer is the exact same. It's root 2 over a. I'm literally not. There's no possibility I'm writing all this out again. It's just a minus sign. Okay. All right. Fine. Moving on. Hans won the super rapid blitz. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that he won it, but when I was paying attention, I think like yesterday or 2 days ago, he was crushing everybody. Rapid was really bad. Like, he had a huge lead in rapid. And then blitz, he actually wasn't top, but overall he was still the top dog. He played really, really well. Dude, Sindarov played terribly. Like, I mean, he's obviously still really good at chess, but Sindarov, and he lost to Gukesh, which is so annoying. He's supposed to beat Gukesh. It's who he has to play against in the thing. In the World Chess Championship, and I'm rooting for him too, which is so annoying that he lost. But hopefully Gukesh enjoys his win while he can have one, because World Chess Championships are around the corner, and there's no way Gukesh is gonna win a single game. No, I'm lying. Might be his best event. Yeah, I'm sure it's a I did. My computer is complaining. File provider. It's fine. It's a beast. It's supposed to be a big dog. Okay, from the previous problem, consider the following states with the same energy. Refer to the distinguishable in both cases, parts B and C, denote them as side D and B respectively. Okay. Okay, pick either one. So, for question 5, we'll say psi D was the first excited state. We'll do this one. Okay, side B and side D, the ground state wave functions for the fermionic case. What? Doesn't a fermion not have ground state? Hello? I guess this is the ground state? I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess this is the ground state, I guess. Okay, now that we're here, though, let's actually write this the correct way. Oh, wait, no, this is the correct way, actually. Yeah. All right, what are we doing now? Oh, hey, look, it gives me the answers. XD equals what? What is this? Oh, of the form, yeah, okay. XD equals this times this. XB equals 1 over root 2, this times this, plus this times this. Yeah, I mean, what else would you have found? Okay, next. In this problem, our task is to compute the quantity, the separation between x1 and x2. I think that's what they called it in the textbook, right? Let's calculate the expectation value of the square of the separation distance between the two particles. With respect to the wave functions d, b, and f, to be clear about the notation, there's an example quantity computed with respect to b. 0L, 0L, 1, 2, 1B, 1, 2B, 1, 2. Okay. Provide a physical interpretation of the quantity. Well, the expectation value, wait, how do you spell expectation? Expectation value of the square separation of particle 1 and 2. The expectation value of the square separation of particle 1 and 2. That's my physical interpretation of the quantity. There's really nothing else to say. Compute 4 using D, B, and F. Feel free to use computer algebra software as Mathematica. Alright, so I'm not doing this. This is a waste of time, bro. Doing the expectation, how many expectation values am I take? Like 12 of them? This is problem 5. It says I'm supposed to do this one. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we'll just assume they're computed. Combine your answer to justify the following statement, paraphrased from Griffiths. The system behaves as though there were a force of attraction such as pulls between identical bosons respectively. What? Why would there be attraction between bosons or fermions? Okay, I'm just gonna look at the solutions, because, like, come on, bro. It literally says to use Mathematica, so that means that I don't have to do it. I don't know what else that could possibly mean. But yeah, you get this. So this is his whole explanation. Wait, what does it mean that this is purely geometric? Wait, how can you have a force without an actual force? I don't understand. The expectation value of the square separation. This isn't a force at all, though. This is just an expectation value for how far apart they're going to be, the square of how far apart they're going to be. So, what's the point of even calling it a force? I see. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, let's move on to discussion 13. Next. Next. Okay, discussion 13 is actually, like, there's nothing I can do but use Gemini when studying this because, what's it called? What am I even talking about? Because this is not in the textbook. The entanglement stuff is not in the textbook at all. So I'm just gonna have to ask the AI to help me. And there's 6 questions, bro. What is the longest discussion in human history? I did do homework 10 though, which dealt with entanglement, of course, I believe. Yeah. Okay, wait, I actually do kind of... That question, I learned a lot doing that question 2. Question 1 was really easy. It was just trivial math. Question 2 was conceptual and was really good. I liked question 2. Question 3, I mean, are we looking at this question? Of course I didn't do this question. Are we serious, bro? Like what? You know how much math they expect you to do in this question? He's from Ghana? Who's from Ghana, bro? I'm reading chat out of context. I know they're not talking about me because I'm not from Ghana. Are you from Florida? I was born in Florida. What a crazy poll. I was born in Jacksonville, Florida. I don't know what hospital I was born at, but I was born in Jacksonville, Florida. But I haven't lived in Florida. The only year that I lived in Florida was the year of my birth, 2005. Beg your pardon? All right, thank you for begging my pardon. Why Mac? Because I love Mac. Why not? OBS works now. OBS is working now, yes. That's how this stream is on. Is this complicated? Depends on who you ask. If you ask David Griffiths, the person who wrote the textbook, probably would say no. If you ask someone who's never seen physics before, they'd probably say yes. If you ask me, I'd probably say it's moderately complicated. Not really. It's really straightforward, though. Once you have the foundations in place, this stuff's pretty straightforward. It looks hard. I don't think it's actually that hard. I mean, I'm relearning the entire course in under a week, so it... Okay. Now let me not say something so crazy because it's gonna turn out to be an ironic statement. Like if I say that it's super easy because I'm relearning it in under a week and then I get cooked on the final exam, then was it really that easy, bro? No, it wasn't. So I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna turn into an ironic situation later on. But looks hard. Yeah, it can be hard if it's your first time learning it and you don't have the foundational knowledge. How many years would it take to reach that level of math? It took me about 2.5 years. How's your study schedule? How much do you study a week? I have no idea. I don't have a study schedule. I don't keep track of how many hours I study a week. I study as long as I need to. Why you use Arc over Atlas or Comet browser at AAD? I've just always used Arc. I'm not in the market for a new browser right now. Is Gemini better than GPT for physics? I talked about this earlier, so I'm not going to talk about it again. But I prefer using Gemini sometimes versus using GPT. When is your birthday? My birthday is January 30th, 2005. I'm back was eating. What's up, bro? Yeah, don't jinx yourself. Yeah, for real, bro. It can take less than 2.5 years if you only focus is math. So if you're doing maths bachelor's example, you're going to learn this content much less than 2.5 years. Yeah, I think that's more or less true. I could have learned this physics material in less than 2.5 years as well, but I took a bunch of CS courses and general education requirements and math courses and stuff. So it took me 2.5 years to reach this level inadvertently, honestly. January 30th, I am 2 days older than you. Wait, not older, younger. So you were born on February 1st, 2005. It's the same birthday as my sister, who was born February 1st, but not in the year 2005. Oh, 2004. So you are older than me. You're 363 days older than me. It's not that many. It's not that many days. I just realized Marco was here and I never even said happy birthday to him. And it's his birthday. Oh yeah, you're right. You're 367 days older than me. It's Mother's Day. Did everyone wish their moms a happy birthday? Or something? Something like that. Bro, what is happening? Happy Mother's Day. Bro, why is everyone posting on Instagram about Happy Mother's Day? Like, we get it, bro. I know what day it is. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone should be very grateful that they can post for Mother's Day. great to see. It's great to see so many people with so many amazing relationships with their parents. If you are using Gemini that much, how are scientists like Feynman, Bohr, Dirac put their minds around it without computers? That's insane, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, the human brain has not gotten any less intelligent. So, yes, AI and the internet has commoditized intelligence. Or made it, I shouldn't say commoditized, I should say it made it the acquisition of knowledge abundant, or the access to knowledge abundant. But, if you just look at statistically, humans are more intelligent today than they were in Feynman's time, or Bohr's time, or Einstein's time. And you could argue, well, some of these people were generational thinkers, so yeah. We'll see. We'll see what this generation of thinkers looks like. It's gonna be very interesting to see who the next generational thinker is, and typically you don't know who the next generational thinker is until after their generation is over, and you've had some time to decode what they were thinking. So it is crazy that they were able to do that without computers. It's unfathomable, just because our workflows have changed so much. But it really is not like a testament to, well, I guess it is a testament, but if you get what I'm saying, I'm trying to say that, like, just because they didn't have AI or didn't have the internet and had to learn the knowledge themselves in libraries and reading and stuff, doesn't mean that they were more intelligent than the people in today's age. I think the amount of, or the next generational thinker with AI and with the internet and with this abundance of knowledge is going to be insane. We're going to see thoughts and revelations and epiphanies that we haven't seen ever, and at scales that we've never seen before. I assume. That's why when everyone gives you these short timelines, I go AGI in 5 years or whatever, it doesn't make sense. Like, did it take Einstein 5 years to develop all of his theories? No, it took him a very long time. And typically, you don't even know if something is revolutionary until after it's passed. But yeah, it is insane that they didn't have computers back then. Must have been an incredibly different workflow than what we have today. It's no longer Mother's Day, it's May 11th. Oh, that's scary, bro. That means you're one day closer to my exam than I am. Isn't that crazy? Let me know what's on it. Yo, let me know what's on it, since you're a day ahead. Do you have the M2 iPad Air Pro? I read that wrong, but I don't know what you're even talking about. My iPad is in the resources tab on Discord. I have no idea what iPad it is. It's definitely not an M2. I got it when I was in high school. The M didn't even exist back then. It was Intel. What's the difference between bachelor's in physics and bachelor in physics with theoretical physics? No idea. I guess it depends on your school. We don't really have theoretical physics here. Well, not like a degree. It's not a separate degree. You can do theoretical physics, but it's just like a track. Is theoretical physics like more maths, more theory, and less lab work? Yeah, absolutely, less lab work. I mean, the antonym to theory is application. Well, not really. They're not really antonyms, but yeah, they're not antonyms at all. Theory is what drives lab work, but well, even theory, you have lab work, so I guess that's not true. There wouldn't be less lab work in theory per se. It depends on the degree. It depends on what you're studying, honestly. We cooked. Too much seed oil been killing our brain cells? Yeah, if you could substantiate that claim with research, maybe. How to pivot to physics as stats plus software person? Do I need to learn differential equations or classical mechanics? Yeah, I mean, I literally could not answer that question for you. I don't know what your physics understanding is. I don't know what your priors are. I don't know what courses you've taken. And I also don't know the answer to that question in general. I'm not a statistics and software person transitioning to physics. I was a physics person that is in software, and I do statistics sometimes. Do you treat modern life as a disease? What? What? What are we talking about, bro? How do I build an addictive passion for studying? Curiosity? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Have some goals. If you have goals that you work towards, then there's no reason to even have an addictive passion, right? Your goals and your dreams are simply not going to fulfill themselves. So at the end of the day, when you think about what you did that day, or when you wake up in the morning and you think about what you're going to do that day, you have to think what moves, what can I do that will facilitate these goals coming to fruition, right? And if that's studying, then it's studying, and you have to get up and you have to go study. I think the idea of an addictive passion is kind of contrived and might be counterproductive to think about, because I don't know, it's probably very rare for people to like thoroughly enjoy and be addicted to the mundane and terrible things that they have to do on a day-to-day basis, right? Like, I have stuff that just sucks, like objectively sucks. Spending 12 hours looking at a screen, cramming as much physics into my brain and writing down all these equations and trying to learn everything. I mean, to me, I do enjoy it, but the process of it sucks. Like, there's nothing you can do. It just objectively is not that enjoyable, right? Scrolling on reels or watching a show definitely like just releases more dopamine into my brain than studying for physics, right? That's a fact. But when I wake up in the morning, I'm not thinking what is going to give me the best dopamine rush, or how can I morph my brain into giving myself dopamine for studying. Instead, when I wake up, I think, what are my goals? Maybe I want a PhD in the future, and that's one of my goals. Okay, I need a high GPA in order to do that. Okay, I need to get good scores on my exams to do that. Okay, I need to study in order to get good scores on my exams. There you go. And now you've just decoded the motivation that you need to study and the reason that you have to studying. I mean, this is obviously not the best way to articulate my point, but I would say you should understand your dreams and your goals and what it takes at a micro level to achieve those goals. I mean, if you want to like abstract it as much as possible, right? You could think of just life as a chess game, right? You have an opening, you have a repertoire, you have an idea of what you want, and then you have your eventual end goal to checkmate your opponent, right? But you can't just checkmate your opponent. When you wake up in the morning and you're on day one, right, you have to play your first move. So there are openings that you can be comfortable with or whatever, but at the end of the day, when you look at each individual move, you don't really care what comes before it or what comes after it, because it's unpredictable. What you do care about is when you're looking at the board, every single move, what is the best possible move that you can make in service of your goal of either eventually checkmating your opponent or stalemating or whatever your goal is, right? So instead of thinking about it like, I mean, yeah, I don't really know how to articulate it, but when you look at something and you look at studying, or you look at anything that you're going to do in your life, just think about, what are my goals? What am I actually striving for? And is this something that is in service of that? And if it is, then you should go do that thing, and you should do it well. right? That's the only way that you're, not the only way, there's multiple paths to the end goal, but that's one of the best ways that you're going to actually get to your end goal, is every day. I mean, you don't have to even have a passion for studying. I wouldn't say that I have I actually do kind of have a passion for studying. But some of the things I do, like riding the bike, bro, that sucks. Like riding the bike hard and zone 5 exercise, that sucks. It does. It's painful, it's terrible. But I want to be healthy, right? And so when I'm riding the bike, I'm not thinking, oh, how can I force myself to enjoy riding the bike? I think, I want to be healthy, and this is what it takes to be healthy. So let me persevere and do it. If I didn't like studying, I would still study. I want to have good grades. I want to learn a lot of information so that I can solve really complex problems. And so in order to do that, I have to study. I have to pull open the textbook. I have to start doing practice problems. I have to get good scores on my exams. These aren't optional things. And so when I wake up in the morning and I'm thinking, do I want to study today? It's not, is today, do I feel like studying? Do I have an obsessive passion? Am I addicted to studying? It's no. I mean, the answer is no. The answer is, I have to study today because I told myself that I wanted to accomplish this and I wanted to accomplish that, and studying is going to help me get closer to my goal. It's really convoluted the way that I just explained that, and not optimal. I could have articulated that much better, but that is my answer to your thing. The modern stigma of the way of life: seated 10 hours a day, crap food, chronic stress, suboptimal movement, etc. Basically the normalized lifestyle. Yeah, I don't know what... This is such a misconception, and this is all over the internet. It's a plague on the internet. It doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? In all seriousness, what you're saying doesn't make sense. This is not the normalized lifestyle. Bad food, suboptimal movement, seated 10 hours a day, chronic stress. Are you serious? Are we serious? This is... Yeah. I mean, there's this idea that there's these people in control and they're out to get you, and these big corporations are trying to make you stupid and fat and lazy. But when you get up in the morning, you are the person that makes the decisions. So you can say that you have a stigma against chronic stress or suboptimal movement or whatever, but to say that that's I mean, in your words, treating modern life as a disease, that's just the incorrect framing of the problem. Right? Modern life is not a disease. Modern life is beautiful and encompasses every single life that exists on the planet today. Right? You can have personal opinions, right? Seated 10 hours a day is probably not optimal if you want to be moving and outside a lot. But for me, personally, seated is not a requirement. You can get a standing desk. I have a coworker who has a treadmill under his desk and he walks while he's working, right? Seated 10 hours a day is not the thing that I'm attracted to, but I am attracted to working 10 hours a day. I think working 10 hours a day for me is very, very much in service of my goals, and it is something that's very optimal for me to do. Crap food, yeah. I mean, bad food is not good. You should eat good food. That's a choice. I mean, when you go to the grocery store, you choose what you buy. So you choose to buy good food. Chronic stress is a little bit farther out of your control because there's mental ailments that can lead to chronic stress or whatever, and uncontrollable circumstances that can lead to chronic stress. But you can take proactive decisions or make proactive decisions that limit chronic stress. Suboptimal movement is easily solved. Just get up and move. There you go. Solution to that. So I wouldn't say that making these decisions that I've just said would mean that you have like a stigma against the modern way of life, right? These are just these are ideas that you have in your brain, right? The modern way of life, go to some country. Okay, let's look at the modern way of life in Tanzania. It's very different than what you think is the modern way of life, right? So the contention is with the generalization. I think the point is absolutely correct, that you should limit the amount of bad habits and the bad things that you do day to day. But that doesn't mean you have to like have some stigma against modern life. I don't think that follows. I don't think that's a result of deductive reasoning. I looked through the course structure and everything was exactly the same. Theoretical physics. Yeah, bro, I don't know much about theoretical physics. My contra wants me to repeat the last 6 hours and 3 minutes because he wasn't listening. All right, bro, let me go ahead. If you have to choose between studying physics your entire life only or maths, what you choosing? I'm saying physics. Yeah, it's still math. Well, certain types of math are a subset of physics, so I would definitely say physics. But physics also is like more intriguing to me than just pure math. I feel like math is at its highest beauty when it's applied to some science. Right? Math by itself, that's why I don't really like differential equations. Right? Differential equations are very useful for solving some systems, but I mean, studying just differential equations by itself to me is not that intriguing because they don't do anything. It's nothing. You're not like, I don't know. I mean, there's of course a lot about differential equations that I don't know that could be very interesting and important or whatever, but I like science more than math. How do you deal with criticism? Have you faced one? Of course I've faced criticism. If you feel the question is kind of personal, just don't answer it. No, I can answer it. I mean, I don't care about criticism, like ever. I think criticism is very important. Constructive criticism is very important, and it has been one of the ways that I've learned a lot of information and made a lot of decisions in my life. But negative criticism, I mean, there's no reason why I would ever even begin to care about criticism that people have from me. The only person that I care judging me is is God, is Jesus, right? Why would I hold somebody, a human, to the same level in which I hold Jesus or the Lord? Right? It doesn't make any sense. Not any sense. Not whatsoever. Like it doesn't even. It's unfathomable. Right? To compare someone else's opinion with I mean, I don't even know how to articulate it because I don't know. It's so foreign to me. We have to do sit-ups, push-ups, and jump squats and go to the gym after dinner or before work. Yeah, you could do all of those things. Or there's plenty of other things you could do too. You could commute. You could have a walk or a bike that's commute to work. A lot of things you could do. I have hardwood floors and I bought rechargeable compressed air duster for $15. Oh, nice, bro. Oh, to do push-ups? That's sick, bro. You have to realize that there come a point where we as a species traded health for efficiency. Yeah, I think that's a pessimistic view of everything. Efficiency is not at the expense of health. If you're in New York City, biking to work is almost like, or not in every situation, but is very likely more efficient than taking a car to work. Right? It's going to be cheaper. It's going to get you there faster, and you're not going to have to. It's more predictable, right? So that's just like, it only takes one example to disprove a generalization. And so that is the one example that I'm using. But there are infinite other examples where that prove that efficiency and health are not mutually exclusive. You can say in some aspects of life, humans might have deliberately chosen to take their health at the expense of efficiency, but that's a choice, right? Is this pessimistic view that like like you have to. The modern world works by making people less healthy, and like you won't be as efficient, or you'll fall behind or something if you're healthy. It doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make any sense. I would like to consider myself relatively healthy, and I also think that I try to live my life efficiently. So I don't know what that is. I don't know what that take is. Now working in big four company as a developer. Don't want to grind anymore. I feel that, bro. Maybe it's time to chase. It's time to chase your dreams. It might be working at a big company though. I know a lot of people whose dreams it is to work at a big company. Just because you be saying BS, take the meds. I don't know what you're talking about. I agree. Modeling differential equations is a beauty. Wait, did I say that? Dr. Kurt Giamango covers some excellent theoretical physics on his channel. NPC questions. What did I say that was... I was asking what he thinks about how the average American human lives their life in 2026. Obviously, the people in this chat are more likely to not live this way. Okay, that's a different statement than what you made originally. If we want to talk about how the average American human lives their life in 2026, you see how we've just, like, the problem space was this large, modern life, right? And now we've gotten like what 1% of it, 200, or what's the average American is probably like 100 million people or 90 million people, opposed to the 8 billion people in the world. So yes, let's look at this very small subset of humanity. I would agree that the way the average American human lives their life in 2026 is probably not optimal. I would absolutely agree with that. The average American, I would have to look at actual statistics, but the average American probably does not have an optimal diet, probably does not get enough exercise, as we are one of the highest rates of change of obesity year over year. Yeah, there's so many different statistics that corroborate what you're saying. I do have contention with the way the average American lives their life in 2026. I would absolutely agree. But that's still a subset, right? The average American is still not every American. We have to understand that. Like, it's a very small subset. Like, actually, if you want to choose, like, actually the 50th percentile, the middle of the pack, which is more like the median than the average, but it's small. It's a small subset. There are plenty of Americans that live well above the average, and there's plenty of Americans that live below the average American lifestyle, or deviate from the average American lifestyle and live a great lifestyle. So are very healthy, right? So we've established that this is a very small subset of people. Did you look at recurrence relationships deeply in differential equations? No, I didn't. I haven't looked into differential equations that deeply, honestly. I know Aidan got hot breath right now. I don't think so. I would like to think I don't. If you're poor, it's kind of hard to find affordable non-processed food, even if you choose to eat healthy. This is a separate point in a separate conversation, but eating healthy and eating non-processed foods are not the same thing. Eating healthy and eating processed food are not mutually exclusive. I'll live by that till the day I die. The beef that I get from the farmers market, the local farmers who butcher and raise their cattle just a few miles away from my apartment, that is still processed. Like that, like, by definition, is processed. The butchering is a process, sanitation is a process, packaging is a process. So there's also is like this overgeneralized idea that if food is processed to any extent, that it's like automatically not healthy. It just does not make any sense. Most of the processing that's done to food, I would say probably 60% of it is done for your benefit. Now, if you choose processed foods like Oreos and Twinkies and food from that aisle, right, of course those foods are going to be terrible for you. It's just going to not be, it's not going to be good for you. But you can easily go to the store and find heavily processed food that is 100% healthy for you, right? They add vitamins to it, they add minerals to it, they sanitize it so that it lasts longer. They make sure that, well, not even sanitize it. They sanitize it so you don't get sick initially, and then they add preservatives to ensure that it lasts longer. Right? These are things that have had substantial scientific research behind them, and are decisions that are made deliberately to increase the health of the person who eats it. The decision is not whether the food is processed or not. The decision is whether, like, I'm getting Twinkies or I'm getting a bag of rice, right? Because they're both processed. They both go through factories. They both get minerals and preservatives added to them. But one is substantially better for you than the other, right? So I would say being poor actually also does not make it harder to be healthy. A bag of rice is like $10 and can last you months. Right, I have a bag of rice from Costco that cost me $25 and has lasted me the entire school year. You can get chicken and eggs, depending on where you live, from your local farmer's market for like nearly wholesale price. You can also go to Walmart and get mass-produced chicken and mass-produced eggs that are going to be really, really cheap. Now they do bleach the chicken. It comes in plastic, right? But these are micro concerns, right? The amount of bleach in the chicken that you get from Walmart is not going to make you unhealthy. That is like a fact. There's substantial research. Okay, I shouldn't say that's a fact, because it could come out that over time it might not be optimal, right? But it's much better than getting Twinkies, right? That's the comparison, really. Like if we're talking about obesity versus being healthy, right? So in practice, this decision looks like, do I get Twinkies for $1, or do I get half a pound of chicken that's heavily processed and mass produced for $1, right? The chicken is going to be a much healthier option, even though it's heavily processed and the same price, right? You can argue, okay, these people should not be eating bleached chicken. There's too many microplastics in it, whatever. But that's a separate conversation. We have to draw that line, make that distinction. That's a separate conversation, right? Micro optimization of your health is absolutely different than being like fat or not being fat, right? It's a completely separate conversation. So I would not agree with the idea that you can't get healthy food if you're poor. That doesn't make sense. I know plenty of people who are considered poor. Like, I'm not going to call these people poor because I think it's not a correct term to use. But they're really healthy and they don't have that much money. So I don't think that's true. But I mean, yeah, I'm yapping and I'm talking about random stuff, but it's because I'm taking a break from studying. This is my break. This is my break from studying. So, the bag of rice that Marco bought. Marco did get a bag of rice, but it's at his apartment. Do you like ice cream? I do like ice cream, of course. It tastes delicious, yeah. The half-off bakery shelf is what gets me. Well, bakery items are not inherently that bad for you. As long as you're exercising, it's probably really high in sugar and carbs, which are not good for a sedentary lifestyle. But if I'm about to hop on the bike, I'll get anything that has a bunch of sugar and a bunch of carbs in it because it'll help my glycogen levels while I'm biking or while I'm doing cardio. So you definitely can eat bakery items as long as you're exercising. I wouldn't recommend bakery items that have a lot of like these chemicals or whatever in them, but again, you can still eat them. You're not gonna die. All this yap, just eat the chicken. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. What do you think of alpha Alpha G. I'm not gonna say that out loud because I don't know what it is. I'm also not gonna look it up on stream because I don't know what it is. A serious allergy to a sugar molecule. Wow, that sucks. Found in beef, pork, lamb, and dairy products. Yeah, that's like the worst thing ever. Wow, comes from a tick bite. A Lone Star tick. I've never heard of this. Where is the Lone Star tick? Where is that from? Eastern United States and Mexico. It's like the worst thing ever. Alpha-gal syndrome is the worst. Is there a treatment? No cure. Dude, that is ridiculous. Imagine you couldn't eat beef or dairy anymore. Wow, that would suck. When we get a hockey stream, what are we talking about, bro? I've been here the past 6 hours. Thanks, bro. It's great to have you here. Yeah, see, bro, we're not doing this. Mike Honja, I don't know how he's a mod, bro. Someone ban him. Oh no. Nah, literally, bro. I'm like actually never going to the woods again, bro. This Lone Star tick. Nah, bro. No more beef and dairy. It's like 90% of my diet. It's like actually no, it's probably like 70% of my diet. Do you think Johns Hopkins or Columbia is better for math and CS? I think Columbia is in my mind, but I know nothing of either program really. Well, that's not true. I know about Columbia's program. I don't know about Johns Hopkins programs. I'd say probably look at the rankings, but from my just internal representation of both schools, I think Columbia would be better. Although Johns Hopkins is still a fantastic school and probably much cheaper. Put your state in the title. I'm in Illinois, if that's what you mean. I live in Illinois. I go to the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, which requires me to live in Champaign, Illinois. People say Bill Gates bioengineered the tick. Is that what people say? You know, people also say the moon landing was fake, and people also say that the Earth is flat. It's up to you as a conscious human to determine what you believe and don't believe. I think Columbia is better, but I'm not sure. That's the same opinion that I have. What's your favorite ice cream? I like banana splits. It's not an ice cream, but like I like banana splits. That was like my favorite ice cream meal in high school because I was bulking, and banana splits are like 4,000 calories. It was so sick. I would get banana splits like all the time. That was back when I was like a real deal athlete. I could eat stuff like that. As long as you're not eating like stuff that's gonna give you cancer. But I could eat like a bunch of sugar and be completely fine because I was exercising a ton. I still exercise enough to justify a decent amount of sugar intake, but I just don't. I'd say look into both courses, see what's best for you. Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. So when does hockey stream? All right, bro. When's the next Omegle stream? Whoa, bro. What are we talking about? How many people have seen that, bro? Black Ice? Wait, Mike Honcho, Black Ice? That's a good poll. I love Black Ice. My favorite was MP4 Black Ice. I had Doc. I actually had Doc Black Ice, though. I'm tough. Only actually like only real people know what I'm talking about. People think we live in a simulation from philosophy. Yeah, I don't think we live in a simulation. It's in direct contradiction with my beliefs as a Christian. Both are fully paid, but I would agree that Columbia may carry a better pedigree, but I will have to do the core. Yeah. Well, I think Columbia definitely carries a better pedigree. I don't think you can get around that. I mean, if I was in your shoes, with the knowledge that's in my brain right now, today, I would choose Columbia. But I'm not considering factors like student life, clubs, like extracurriculars on campus, the city that each school is in, the preference on weather, the different locations, right? I don't know any information about any of those things, so I just that's the opinion that I would have. This dude talking about Siege, bro. Don't let Mike Honcho know what we're talking about. Black Ice is such a flex. I have Jaegers. That's so tough, bro. I can't prove that we do or not. You can't prove anything. It's a matter of belief. It's a matter of belief, not about proof. You play R6? I used to. I'm way better. If anybody ever asks, I'm way better than Marco, which his real name is Eddie Roman. I'm way better than Marco at Rainbow Six Siege. No matter what anyone ever tells you or how much Rainbow Six Siege I ever play in the future, I am significantly better than him at the video game. That is a fact. Just thought I would put that out there. Just so that it's on the internet. Just so that everyone in the world knows and has an opportunity to know that. But I don't play Rainbow Six Siege anymore. I don't play video games anymore. I have no means of playing video games, but I'll be right back. Alright, bro. I'm obviously not gonna address like that comment, but I just find it crazy that Mike Honcho thinks he's allowed to just say whatever he wants. Like, this is why some countries don't have free speech. You know that, right? Like, this is literally the reason. You are the reason. If anyone ever complains, like anyone ever wants to complain about their country not having free speech and freedom of thought and freedom of expression, it is 100% because people like Mike Honcho exist. It is, like, without a doubt, that is the reason that your country does not have free speech. Aliens are real. I think there's a large possibility that aliens are real. reptilian shapeshifters are real. Well, if you think that the universe is infinite and infinitely expanding, well, okay, the idea is not that the universe is... Those are two distinct ideas. If you believe the universe is infinite or that there's multiverses or whatever, then it's vacuously true that all the statements you're saying are true, right? It has to be true. If there's infinity, then there has to be one of everything. So if that's what you believe, then yes, that would be true. We live in a holographic simulation. Now that I don't believe to be the truth. I think that is incorrect. Are you a PhD student? I'm an undergraduate student. I'm in my 3rd year of my undergraduate degree. Okay, so consider a system of 3 spin half particles. Suppose that the first 2 particles, A and B, are in the following states. Show that this cannot be factored as a product state. Okay. How do I show that? What? I show that. Bro, there's no possible way to show that. I don't know how to show that. A plus B cannot equal... Wait, no, the best way to say this is f of x plus f of y cannot equal f times x, f times y. No, yeah, there's no stipulations there. That's just generally true. I think this statement is like universally true. My dinner is in the microwave right now. Yes, in general, this is true. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I don't know how else to prove that they're not separable. That state is just not separable. There's nothing you can do. This is maximally entangled, a notion that can be formalized using the von Neumann entropy. All right, bro. What's for dinner? It's ground beef, pasta, and beef liver. There's vegetables. There are vegetables that are supposed to be in it, but the bowl didn't have enough room for the vegetables, so I'm just eating the beef and the pasta. I need to grab it though. I'm pretty sure it's done. Okay, even without the explicit vegetables that I was mentioning, there are actually still vegetables in here technically. There's tomato in the sauce, but then also 3 whole tomatoes in the entire batch of food that I made. And there's onions. It's half an onion that I cooked with the ground beef. So, yeah, that's to all the haters saying that that I was capping about the vegetables. But like, there are actually vegetables that I have that are supposed to be eaten with it, but like, this thing is super full. Look how full it is, bro. There's no way I'm fitting vegetables in here, dude. It's literally overflowing. I can't even eat it. But the beef liver gives you pretty much all the nutrients you need. The beef liver, and the pasta, and the onions, and the tomatoes. The only thing I'm missing is fiber. And, oh yeah, I didn't have fiber for breakfast. I guess a little bit in my mandarin. There's a little bit of fiber in there. I have this banana, but maybe I should go get some more fibrous fruit instead of a banana. But it's fine. Who cares? I'll just go to the store later. Okay. My guy takes his nutrition very seriously. I mean, I only have one body. I only have one body, which was graciously gifted to me. I only have one body, one life. Well, I don't know. You don't know if I'm going to live till 90. I could die today. Literally, I could die right now. I actually think it's really crazy that I've even lived for 21 whole years. Like, think about it. 21 years. I literally could have died every single one of the days of those 21 years. And despite that, I'm still alive. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that something to be really, really grateful for? Don't say that. I think you should say things like that, though. I think without understanding all the different aspects of reality in your day, in your life, you wouldn't understand all the things that you should be grateful for. I should be more than grateful for just the 21 years of life that I've lived. It's crazy. Yeah, there's so many opportunities. I could have never been born, right? So I just have to be so grateful for every single thing. And to express my gratitude, I'm going to treat my body really, really well. Or at least I'm going to try. I need to get more steps. I need to get more steps in. But other than that, so C cannot be entangled. What are we saying? Okay, I low-key need to go fill up my water bottle though. Or fill up both my water bottles, really. I'm about to do it in a second. Alright, I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle. I'll be right back. Okay, I grabbed some water, but I also grabbed a pear. ChatGPT says the pear is more optimal than the banana because it has more fiber. Oh, lucky I had a pear left though. I only have one left. Alright, bro. Stop it with the simulation stuff, bro. CERN is changing timelines. Bro is in Steins Gate. Bro is in Steins Gate. I watched that show too. It's fire. Only OGs know about Steins Gate. Suppose that the full state is this. What? Okay. Show that it must be entangled. Okay, we have this times this. Plus this times this. So wait, hold on. Let me think about this. Wait, I actually don't know the answer to this question. Hold on. All right. Let's just lay out all facts. We have three particles, A, B, and C. Okay. Suppose that the full state is psi Oh, I just had this written down, bro. What a drag. Okay. I don't know. Because it's not separable, I don't understand. Okay. Next. Next. It doesn't matter, bro. It's fine. This is a good enough solution. Okay. Wait, hold on, what? I see. Okay. Wait, it gives me 1 over... Double slit experiment proves we're in a simulation? Yeah, alright, bro. I did double slit experiment freshman year. And I haven't come to that realization, and it's been 3 years since then. Do you think time is linear because it's not? Humans have no conception of time as a function. I can move freely in space. I can move freely, well, really just in space, in the XYZ direction. So we can see all sorts of motion in these directions and reason about what the motion looks like in these directions. Time as humanity has ever experienced is single directionally linear. 1 second after another, after another, after another, after another. That's not me saying that time is linear without a shred of a doubt. right? That's like someone who lives in a one-dimensional world saying that, space is only one-dimensional. But in reality, there's 2 dimensions, and then there's the world we live in 3 dimensions. So there's no reason that any human, could claim that they know the space of time. They know, like, if time is linear, if time... Well, I don't really know what the alternative is. Because humans exist within a linear confine of time. So you don't believe in time travel? I'm sure a being that lives outside of time, such as God or any other being who lives outside of this constraint of the dimension of time, could... we don't even know what it's like to be outside of this dimension. So you could imagine, they can move freely within time. They experience time as if we experience, like how we experience the 3D world. We're not constrained, right? I can move this direction. I can move this direction. I can jump up and down. I can go to any position. I can observe any position, right? If I'm at this XYZ coordinate, I can observe something happening at a far away XYZ position. Give it the prime coordinates, X prime, Y prime, Z prime. I, however, cannot be in time t and experience or look at or know what the time t prime even means. So a being outside of this would have, these crazy things that you can't even begin to fathom. I guess time travel. Time travel is only a conception that humans have. Humans are the only ones that believe, or not only ones, but beings that are confined to time being linear are the only ones that think about time travel, right? It could not even make sense, right? If you existed outside of time, the idea of time traveling could not make sense, because what if time to somebody outside of it existed all at once? Like you could see all time and experience all time at the same time, right? Then time travel doesn't, that's not even something that, why would you think about time travel? You can't even think about time travel. Moving within time doesn't seem like something that's even reasonable. So I think our idea of time is very, very naive and very, very constrained. So I don't know if time is linear or if it's not, or whatever time is. But I believe that time fundamentally is not linear because I believe in God, right? And God exists outside of time, which means it cannot be linear, right? Otherwise, God would be confined to time also being linear, which is a contradiction to my belief. But regardless of time this, time that, I cannot for the life of me figure out how to do this question. I don't know how to show that C is not entangled with A and B, or cannot be entangled with A and B. I don't know how to express A, B in this basis either. I guess I'm just gonna say, I'm going to do it the other way around. I know that this is not the way that the question wants me to do this problem, but this is how I'm going to do it because this is the only way I know how to do it. So we're going to consider this state plus plus minus minus. And so let's just begin simplifying. So this equals, or not simplifying, we're actually expanding, but in any case, we have root 2 outside of... Wait, what is plus plus? I don't really know what plus plus is. I don't know what plus plus is, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. This is Gemini time, bro. Oops. Are you Christian? Yes, I am. But I think in any case, I am just kind of confused about, well, mainly B. B is the biggest confusion. Well, I'm confused about it all, so let's just see what Gemini has to say. So bro, it's been a while. The one, that was your old username, right? Soul Eater is still your profile picture. That's the only way I knew that. That's the only reason that I knew it was you. Right, wasn't your username the one? Damn, you're still alive? I just swore, bro. You got me, bro. That was the first time I swore in a long time. Dang, that sucks. It's not your fault though. But in any case, I'm always live. Soul Eater is your profile picture. Yeah, it was. I don't know why it changed. And then what I was gonna do was ask ChatGPT if I can eat pear seeds. Can I eat pear seeds and are they nutritious to humans? Okay, let's see. He says pear seeds are not considered nutritious and you generally shouldn't eat them. Increased exposure to what? But the seeds contain, I don't know what that chemical is. Okay, so it says not to eat the seeds. Fine. Okay, Gemini has responded to me. All right. Yeah, you want AC and BD, so you want AD and BC to be 0, or AD equals minus BC, but it's not possible for that to be the case and these to also be the case. Oh, hang on. But can't we also just say AD equals minus BC? This is nitpicky because I know the answer is still whatever, but I do want it to consider that. That's a good point. That's literally what I had, and then I got 1/4 though. What did happen? Okay, that's all I needed to know. You prefer ChatGPT or Gemini? It depends. My cheekbones are too high and I have a recessed maxilla. Oh my gosh, what do I do? Should I start bone smashing, bro? I think it's my only option. Thank you. Thank you for helping me, bro. Okay, hold on. Plus equals 1 over root 2. Up. Plus down. Right? It's up plus down, yeah. I think that's the minus at least. Whoa. Why is minus so many terms? Actually, cross terms. Okay. Yeah, but I don't get 1 over root 2 is the problem. Wait a minute. Wait, what? Have positive signs in the first term. Oh, I didn't include them in the first term. My fault. Yeah, so those all cancel out. We get 2 this, 2 that. So you just get this and that. 2 over 2. Wait, oh yeah, that's the answer, right? Okay, nice. So that this date is given as this. Okay, so for part B, apparently I did it right, whatever. Part A, oh yeah. Okay, Suppose A plus B. Alright, fine. I'll put states on these, bro. A psi plus B psi 1. Okay, I'll just use it, whatever. I'll just use their notation. A up plus B down. C up. It's D down. Implies AD. No. AC equals 1 over root 2. BC equals 0. No. BC equals... Wait, bro, this is not a requirement. BC does not have to equal 0. Whatever. Dot, dot, dot. Whatever. Let's move on to part D. Are we dead serious, bro? Show that. No. I'm not lying. Oh, I'm so stupid. My bad. Yeah. AD and BC are different states. I was like, why can't they be the same? But no, he's right. Yeah, they can't be the same. It forces these to be 0. BC Why did I just write in reverse, bro? Okay, I'm not doing D, like, obviously. Bro, there's no way you could actually get me to write that, do that question. It says 3 and 4 are the most important ones anyways. I guess I don't have to do this one either. All right, I'll just look at the solutions for question 2 later. Probability current is very important, and delta function scattering and finite well scattering are very important. But I might have to save scattering for tomorrow. Wait, if we think about it, should I just be done studying for today? If we think about it, should I just be done for the day? Look, 1, it is Sunday. Sunday is supposed to be my rest day. 2, my exam's not till Tuesday night, so I have all day tomorrow to study, all day Tuesday to study. 3, I work much better when I'm scrambling for time. I work much better under time pressure. 3, I very much enjoy procrastinating. It's one of my hobbies. And 4, if I study everything today, then I won't have anything to do tomorrow. I'm just looking out for my future self, bro. Yeah, I think I've convinced myself I should stop studying for today. Wow, the beauty of deductive reasoning. That's the best. That is actually probably the smartest line of reasoning I've ever had in my entire life. Keep going. What? Oh my goodness. You're lying. I'm getting trolled. He doesn't actually want me to keep going. Bro doesn't actually want me to study, bro. Do you have any more work? Yeah, I have tons of work. How many study do you hour on average? No, I don't keep track of how many hours I study a day. How do you not get burnt out? By procrastinating. Oh, lock in, bro. Oh my gosh. After 4 to 6 hours, studying becomes more inefficient. Is that true? Is that substantiated by research? No, I think it's subjective. I don't think that's true for me. And plus, I've taken many breaks today. I played chess that one time, or those couple times. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll play chess right now. I'll just play like a couple games and win, of course, and then I'll consider if I'm gonna continue studying today or not. This opening that I play is like really dubious. I only play this in bullet. It's really not, like, objectively it's not good. His pawn is like quintuple attacked. Okay, it seems he doesn't care. I don't care about that pawn. Now all of his pieces are under fire. Like this piece. And not that one. Oh no. Oh no. I just double blundered. I blundered the knight and the queen. Oh no. That's not very good. And the knight again. It seems like he didn't want it though. Okay. This is not very good. I should probably resign. If I was smart, I would resign in this position. Dude, is that mate in 1? And why is he not playing mate in 1? Okay. Now it's not mate anymore. Mate in 1? Again? Nope. This guy doesn't like checkmating. Alright, bro. Now I'm getting trolled. Yeah, I'm getting trolled. Let me play for real. Let me play Roy Lopez. Oh my gosh, bro. This is so annoying. Now I have to play 2 nights. I hate this, bro. It's the worst. This is also dubious. Very, very dubious. Very, very dubious indeed. Pin the knight for fun. Knight's still pinned. Bishop has a good attack here. It's a pawn sack because I win the pawn back. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's a valid gambit. What? What was that? What was that he just played? I'm threatening to win his queen. Oh, he caught on too quickly. I really don't know. I don't know what to play. I'm overwhelmed with good moves. I'm overwhelmed with the winning position. Okay, let's play maybe one more. When's the last hair wash? Yesterday. I washed my hair yesterday. It's like your favorite question, bro. Alright, let me not play. Well, I've already played a dubious opening. This is terrible, bro. Look at my pawn structure. It's okay. Look how unhappy my bishops are. Mainly my light squared bishop. Locked in forever. Dude, my bishops are really unhappy right now. Should I just let him do the queen trade? Yeah. Okay. Seems like he doesn't want a queen trade. What? Oh, I see. That's fine. Just get his queen out of here. Get out of here, buddy. Oh, look at that move. I didn't really see that, but I guess it is fine. Let's just go here. He goes there. I go here. I got checkmated because of my stupidity. I literally. Oh yeah, that mate is not very familiar in my brain. I didn't recognize that. Alright, should I play a non... Let me play King's Indian. What's your nickname? I'm pretty sure it's just my name. Alright, bro. My opponent is playing a dubious opening. I am kind of as well. Like, bishop e6 is not very standard. But I do have this control over the center of the board a little bit. And I can strike the center even more. I don't know what my opponent is playing. Oh, that's his idea? It's fine. Just let him take that. Do whatever you want, bro. Pushing the pawn, maybe. No, this doesn't work. I don't know what to play. Let's break the pawns on this side. He doesn't want the pawn break. It's actually kind of annoying. It's not hanging. Put pressure, although it's like a quintuple protected. Connect the rooks. Push the pawn. Take with my rook, take with my queen. Very, very strange behavior from my opponent. Okay. Oh, bro, kind of a mouse slip. I really wanted to play e6. Pressure the bishop. Okay. We just gonna draw? No. Okay. Oh wow, I'm down. I need time. No time. Okay, let's take. Let's go here. Oh, let's go here. Oh crap. Crap. I'm like out of time. I have no time, bro. Where do I get time from? Alright. That's it. That is it. The game is over. See ya. See you later, bro. Alright, I'm gonna do this last question and then I'll be done studying for that. Probability current. I really don't know what probability current is. But I shall figure it out. Okay. Okay. Two things I'm very familiar with. Consider an arbitrary volume with a well-defined boundary. Okay. Okay. Derive the continuity equation, where J is the vector field defined as the imaginary psi star delta psi. Wait, delta psi? No, grad psi. Okay. 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 Okay, so essentially we want to prove that the partial of the probability density with respect to time equals I h bar upon 2m psi star it's grad dot. Yeah, exactly, grad dot. Yeah, psi star outside of grad dot this, so d psi dr. Oh wait, this is in spherical coordinates. What's the gradient in spherical coordinates? Who knows it? Who knows the gradient in spherical coordinates? Yeah, I know where it is. Hold on. Let me go to fall 2025, physics 435, Griffiths. This was in this textbook. He had it somewhere in the first page or something. Oh, maybe it's not in the online textbook. No, there, it should be there. No. Okay. It's not here. So, oops. So, instead, I know where it is. I have the real textbook. I have the real textbook here, and it's in the front cover. All right, the gradient in spherical coordinates is given, or no, wait, are we in spherical coordinates? Wait, is this spherical? I guess it has to be because it's volumetric. Okay, spherical coordinates, grad t equals the derivative of the function with respect to r. Wait, why is it plus? No, yeah, comma, 1 upon r, derivative of psi with respect to theta, comma. Oh, this is easy. I should have this memorized. Okay. Psi star times that minus psi. It's the same thing. Psi times this. Oh, I'm stupid. It's actually plus because we just took we're taking the divergence of this. This is still in parentheses, but these are plus signs, not commas. Plus, minus this. Okay, that's what we want to show. Okay. For some reason, I'm not getting that. d rho dt d rho dt This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense, actually, chat. Bro, the TA didn't even include the solution. Yes, this is exactly what I'm doing. dv dt. Product rule, bro. I'm so stupid. It doesn't matter the order. Product rule. I completely forgot about product rule. Hamiltonian. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. If you go to the Schrödinger equation. Wait, the Schrödinger equation. Wait, the Schrödinger equation. What does the Schrödinger equation have to do with anything? Let's recall. Oh, it's in the discussion packet. The Schrödinger equation. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. So, partial psi with respect to t equals minus I h bar upon 2m grad squared plus v r psi. Okay. Okay. So, wait, let me just erase this. Or let me just move this out, like just really far away. Alright, so wait, what do we want to even show? We want to show what? We want to show that d rho dt plus grad dot j equals 0. Alright, that's what we want to show. So, how does this follow anything? Derive the continuity equation? Oh, no, it still doesn't make sense. All right, let's just continue. So we get equal sign over the volume psi star times this psi star times this plus psi times this star. Okay, equals what now? Okay, so you do change the minus sign. He combined them? Where did the V go? Wait, hold on. Let me see. V psi star minus. Oh, I see. Because yeah. All right, let me expand this. Psi star. Let me just do this. Let me just write it out for real. I h bar over 2m grad squared psi. Wait, which one's which? It's fine. It doesn't matter. Oh, it does matter because of the signs. The positive one, the negative one is applied on psi star. The negative one is applied on psi star. Wait, hold on. My signs are incorrect. The positive one is applied on psi. So this is wrong. Okay. plus, we can just do psi star. No, let's keep it standard. VR psi star, and V is commutable because it's not really an operator. It's just a constant. So we're left with minus I h bar over 2m. This acting on psi star, and these are not commutable because it's an operator, and it's not a commutable operator. Minus, no, plus. Wait, this should be a minus. Wait, hold on. Let me think about this. Minus on the outside. It's minus on the outside. So this is a minus here, actually. And this is no, this is also a minus. Yeah. Wait. Oh, crap. What is happening? This is a positive. This is a positive. Wait, hold on. This is a positive. This is a positive. This is a negative. This is a negative. This is a positive. Wait, how are they both positive? They can't both be positive. This is a negative. Okay, there we go. Alright, I figured it out. Okay, plus, this one doesn't matter. VR, psi star. There. And this is all over dv. Boom, cancel, boom. Cancel, boom. Or, not cancel. Where does his stuff go? Oh, you don't know. You just pull it out. So let's pull it out to the front of the integral. V. So we have psi star star psi star psi star. Yeah, there's nothing we can actually do with that. There's no simplification. There's no further simplification that can be done. So this is what we're left with. Grad squared psi star psi dv. Okay, and what did we even set out to solve? Oh yeah, right, this thing. Okay, so let us say this is the same thing as grad dot both of them. Yes, because it is the Laplacian, and that's how Laplacians work. It's not supposed to be an equal sign there. Grad dot this thing, and duplicate, and just get rid of those, and put a parenthesis there. All right, so see this next part I don't understand. So, bro, what are we talking about? The conservation law for probability in quantum mechanics, the integral form is stated as... Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I get that. That's exactly what we set out to prove in the first place. Okay, but yeah, equating the terms inside the integral gives the continuity equation for, okay, wait, hold on. Psi I squared. How does this help, bro? S is the boundary of V. Alright, let's return to the discussion worksheet. Moving on to part B. We are done because Wikipedia says that the answer is the answer. Next, apply the divergence theorem. Okay, this is just too much. This is just jokes. I'm getting trolled. can be interpreted as the probability current density, the local flux of probability across the boundary of the region V. Alright, bro. I'm actually getting trolled. Are you graduating this semester? Yeah, I am. You go to UC Berkeley, I go to the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. Just ask ChatGPT, bro. The problem is if I ask ChatGPT, then on Tuesday, I'll have to ask ChatGPT again when I'm taking my in-person handwritten exam. And I don't think that the professor would be too happy about that. But you're right. If the professor allowed me to do that, then I would absolutely be doing that. But I mean, I've already been talking to the AI about this stuff. It makes absolutely no sense, so. Oh, you know the professor? He said it's chill, actually. Must have a different professor, though, because mine is a woman. Thoughts on whoever that is. I don't know who that is. Didn't he go over this? Who's that? Who is he? You just introduced me to Arc. It seems cool. Yeah, it's the goated browser. Do you go to University of California, Berkeley? I go to the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. I was at Berkeley previously for AI research and stuff. She uses he, she pronouns. Oh, is that correct? Thanks for letting me know. Dude, I don't know who this person is, Super Striker. I can't give you my thoughts on a person I do not know. Okay, so besides for this absolute slavery of a problem, I think I'm actually done studying today. Consider a one-dimensional free particle stationary state which is moving to the right with energy E. Oh, I see. Physics major? I am a physics major, yes. Popcorn? Popcorn, indeed. Have you been studying for 7 hours? I believe it's actually 7 hours and 41 minutes and 59 seconds. But more or less, I mean, you can go through and make the judgment yourself. The whole stream is there. Just rewind. You actually would have a better idea than I would because you could watch the stream. Just go back in time, bro. Hit that rewind button, go back in time. Mind blown. Wow. Volcano with a face on it. Wow. This is revolutionary stuff here. So why is everyone talking about this virus, bro? Talking about it like it's contagious or something. 6 hours of goofing off? Yeah, probably. Face with hands pulling down your cheeks and your mouth open. Wow. That is fantastic. If I remember correctly, did you apply for a master's? If so, did you get into any good programs? I applied to PhD, and I've made the decision of not going to the PhD, not pursuing a PhD next year. And then I have one master's. There's one master's program that I'm considering. I didn't apply to any other master's programs. How about the function? How about it? Indeed, that's a great statement. How about it? I can't find your resources tab in your Discord. Yeah, it's so stupid. It disappears. So you have to put in your settings in the sidebar, you have to say show all channels, but If you go to the main chat, I just tagged it. Like, I just sent a message in the main chat with a link to it. I don't know why it doesn't show up. It like hides itself. But you have to put show all channels. It hides itself after inactivity for some reason. Statistics beating you up. It's crazy, bro. For people talking about the virus, nothing ever happens. For real, bro. Crying, laughing face. Yes, this is great knowledge. Did you wish your mother a happy Mother's Day? I did. What do you think is better, Claude or GPT? Depends on the use case. Look at the benchmarks though. I use Claude a lot when programming, but GPT is also pretty good. What is the of Aidan Andrews? Don't quite know what that means. Got it. Thank you. That may a new feature on Discord. Never saw that before. Yeah. For real, bro. Thoughts on 13 missing physicists/scientists? I hope that they are found. Missing people is never good, no matter who they are. Do you play over-the-board chess? Yes, I do. I haven't played over-the-board chess in a minute, but I do typically play over-the-board. I haven't played since Thanksgiving break. Mad long ago. Or maybe I played over winter break? I don't know. You're next, buddy. Is that true? Message retracted, but not in time. What's your ELO? My ELO in classical is supposed to be 2000, but as I said, I haven't played chess in a long time, so. How many people on address in my class? I don't know what you're talking about. Hacked? Who was hacked? I was hacked. Canvas was hacked. Adderall? No, I know what he means. I have no idea how many people in my class are on Adderall. Of course, I wouldn't know the answer to that question. This is cool. I think Wish could just lock in and study like this, but I have to constantly move around, work, and be prepared to leave Moscow at any time. Wow, that sucks. I feel bad. But I'm glad that you're able to study in the short amount of time that you are able to lock in and study. That's great. Be grateful that you even have any time to study, even if there are things that are harder to be grateful for in your life. Be grateful for the good things. Go Aggies, go Texas A&M, never, never. Go University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. Quick AI/math question. Do you think graph theory and optimization are useful foundations for AI projects related to networks? Bruh. Nah, for real though. Graph theory and optimization, yeah. I mean, any math. And graph theory usually means that you have fundamental foundation, like the calculuses and stuff like that. So it definitely would help. Graph theory, I mean, it definitely helps, and there are areas of neural networks where you can apply graph theory, but more broadly, like if you want to just build a convolutional neural network or a transformer model, right, you don't necessarily need graph theory. You definitely need optimization. I mean, that's all you're doing is optimizing some sort of function that you predefine. You're you're developing a learning algorithm to optimize a function, right? So optimization is very helpful, but graph theory, I think, can abstractly be helpful, but it might be harder to find direct correlation between graph theory and actually building neural networks. So it also depends on, like, if you're in interpretability, then yeah, graph theory is going to matter a lot, right? You're traversing a graph, looking at different nodes, trying to figure out what things are doing. Definitely graph theory is useful. You sound more robotic than usual. My fault. How old are you? I am 21 years old. Now, I was born on January 30th, 2005. What you think of cybersecurity and AI as a university degree? I think those are great degrees. Okay, next. I don't understand the monogamy of entanglement. Could you go over it real quick? If you're just listening and you can't see me shaking my head no, I'm saying no. Hi, I am a genius like ChatGPT from Japan. That is so sick, bro. You think AI will eventually devalue some forms of cognitive work, like Claude replacing C++ developers? I occasionally vibe coded C++ Skylight driver with Claude and gave it existential crisis. I mean, it's obviously easy to overrepresent what LLMs are capable of, especially today. The more interesting thing is, yes, in the future, these things will eventually devalue some forms of cognitive work. But humans, I don't think humans are put on this earth just to do cognitive work, right? So I think it's a beautiful thing that we're finding this system that's able to supplement some of the cognitive load of humanity. And of course, like always, like with every revolution, the Industrial Revolution, the revolution of the internet, every single revolution that has ever happened in human history, jobs will be replaced and the job market will shift and change and mutate, right? If you ask someone pre-industrial revolution what the job market would look like in 2026, I'm sure you would either get a wildly inaccurate answer or some answer or some agnostic answer where they choose to not answer because there's no reason that they would know the answer to that question, right? And so I think the same thing is happening now, right? If we want to look at the next revolution, whether it's the revolution of intelligence or whatever, there's no reason that humans should be trying to speculate about what the job market is going to be in 100 years. And if it will shift or not, right? Everyone's trying to fight this shift, fight this change, but of course you don't want to fight change and you don't want to fight shift. It's the natural course of things, and just like every revolution before, people were very, very worried about their jobs. But just like every revolution before, humans have figured it out. Humans have adapted. And humans have changed. That's what really makes us human at the end of the day, is that we're able to adapt and change. So I look forward to how we adapt and change in the future with this coming revolution. Just curious, what's your thoughts on SJSU or Cal Poly for a tech degree? I don't know anything about either of those two schools. Can you go over the entire economic and political state of the world right now? Thanks, bro. All right, let's do it. No, I'm just kidding. Do you smoke or drink? I do not. Oops, I just kicked my mic. My fault. I don't. There's no reason to divulge any of these information, but if anyone was curious, and I don't know, I don't like saying this stuff out loud, but I've never drank alcohol in my life. I've never drank a drop of alcohol before. I think it's just a personal choice, though. I'm not making... I don't like to say those things because it oftentimes sounds like you're making this generalized statement about the efficacy of these decisions, like choosing to drink or not. And I'm not. I'm just saying that personally I've never. But I know people who do. I know people who do that are very happy, and people that do that are very successful. So, What makes you think this? With every revolution, there was more connection between people and market opening. Where do you get this here? It's just replacement. I mean, that statement is not correct. Go like read a history book of any revolution, literally ever, and jobs were being directly replaced. I mean, think about the automation of the assembly line. What is the market opening there to someone who is a laborer, right? Tell me. The laborers who were on the assembly line before the automation of the assembly line, where's their direct like job that they will have after being replaced on the assembly line? There's not, right? You had plenty of other jobs open up though. Engineers working on the machines that took over the assembly line. It increased efficiency within companies, allowed them to hire more people and expand globally and have more impact and have a larger pool of jobs, right? So jobs were created in these scenarios, but the way that you're looking at or you're framing the question is saying that AI is just simply replacing them, which that argument could be made with every revolution. It's just a matter of perspective, right? I wouldn't have a job if it wasn't for AI. I am an AI researcher and my company is in AI. Like we specialize in AI, right? You're looking at an example of a job that was created solely because of the existence of AI. So the idea that it's just replacement does not make any sense. What is your AI startup about? So we're in agriculture. We're automating a lot of the knowledge work done on a farm. Our end goal is actually to automate all of the knowledge work on the farm so that the farmer can just focus on being a farmer and not have to hire agronomists and marketers and all these very extractive companies that want to just come in and take from the farmer because the farmer needs to hire all of these people and needs to outsource all of this knowledge and all of this work, when in reality, if they had the tools necessary and the intelligence and not the intelligence in a sense of like volume of intelligence, but the ease, right? I can easily delegate a task to an intelligent system without having to, delegate that time myself, right? And so if the farmer had this increased efficiency and access to knowledge and domain-specific knowledge, they could do a lot of the work without having to outsource and hire all these people and do all this other stuff. And they could really just focus on farming. I mean, we have like a whole pitch or whatever, but I'm not going to go over all that. Have you ever done an Ironman? No, I haven't. I've only ran a marathon. How old are you, bro? I was born January 30th, 2005. So you can do the math yourself. What screen protector do you use on the iPad? I have a screen protector on my iPad. I don't know. It's been on here for like 3 years. I have no idea. My iPad, I only open it to do notes, so it's really clean, and the screen protector stayed clean for all these years. Probably some Amazon screen protector, I don't know. Why you don't drink and smoke? There's a bunch of different reasons why I don't do either of those. But the highest level, the easiest to say, is that neither of those actions are truly in line with the lifestyle that I live and the goals that I have and the picture of myself that I have in the future. The person I want to be and the person I am today does not require either of those things. Not to say it couldn't, it definitely could if I wanted it to, but I just have no desire to shift the perspective I have or the person that I am or want to be for either of those things. It's just personally not something I think is worth it. Do you party then? I have in my life been to plenty of parties. But even when I went to parties, I did not drink or smoke. I think parties sober are actually more fun. But I was I was a crazy kid, so I don't have to get into it, but I was crazy. I was crazy enough that it didn't really matter. I've got my dynamics final on Wednesday. Good luck, bro. How do you study so much and not procrastinate? I definitely procrastinate. I'm literally procrastinating this very second. Yeah, many revolution inventions have come out. Yeah, they were replaced, but rails and steam connected Britain to Russia. Internet is obvious. What do you get with this just replacement? I don't know. Yeah, again, this is just a pessimistic perspective, right? Just open your eyes, bro. What are you talking about? The steam rail connected Britain to Russia, right? You are looking at the bright side of the Industrial Revolution, right? I could look at the dark side of the Industrial Revolution where a ton of laborers and a bunch of people had their jobs replaced. I mean, look at the invention of the dishwasher. What does a dishwasher do after the invention of the automatic dishwasher? There's nothing. There's no job, right? The pessimistic thing is there's no job. But in reality, this frees up workers and frees up time and increases efficiency that open jobs in different aspects in the world. AI is the exact same, right? With knowledge being so abundant and so easy, so it's like almost commoditized, right? You have a bunch of people that are in positions that they wouldn't have been in without AI, right? This is analogous to a train that is connecting Russia to Britain. You have people who are connected with this huge abundant amount of knowledge and are able to do so much more than they were able to do before. Not only that, but also the jobs that AI creates, literally the jobs that go into AI. The jobs, the hiring for data center engineers, the hiring for software architects to develop the infrastructure that actually serves this AI all over the world. OpenAI alone hires 4,000 people. Microsoft employs a ton of people. All these companies employ a ton of people. You have AI researchers, you have labs full of AI researchers that get billions of dollars in funding. And then let's look more broadly. Let's just think abstractly, right? If AI is able to help climate and energy efficiency, well, now we have higher energy efficiency. Countries like Canada, who are struggling to power their entire country, will be able to find solutions to their problems because AI indirectly increased the efficiency and the operations in the energy domain, giving Canada the power that it needs to power all of its citizens. And of course, that brings in a bunch of jobs, right? If Canada's infrastructure is growing, they can start bringing in more immigrants, they can start building more companies, they can serve more people, they can do more things. Right, so it's just a perspective, right? All this is. I'm just making these things up off the top of my head. You'd easily go and actually do deductive reasoning and find some information on the internet that will corroborate a lot of the things that I'm saying, or even say better things that I'm saying, better examples than I have. But that's literally just off the top of my head, right? If AI is supposed to, this is the claim, right? The claim is that AI is going to be more intelligent than humans and find solutions that humans could not have found. That has enormous implications across all sciences and everything, right? If AI is going to be able to handle things better than humans can and think better than humans can, then of course everything will be better. Sorry, that's a bad statement. Not everything will be better, but you could imagine if you just look at the good side of things, you could imagine a bunch of problems being solved and a bunch of innovation and human growth of humanity and whatever. I don't even know what I'm saying, bro. My brain is fried. It's wild how you changed. I just saw your chubby putty challenge from 10 years ago. That's funny, bro. You haven't seen the Omegle streams, though. Those are way worse. Thomas Edison and Carnegie? I don't know what you're talking about. Is your resources updated? It's relatively up to date. I haven't gotten any new stuff. My PC is the most up-to-date thing there. I wonder how specialized the content on this channel is. I'm not sure. AI haters, when you ask them if they use Google. E. Bishop is lesser known. He was sort of ahead of his time. Is an artificial intelligence different than anything we've had in humanity's past? AI can get much stronger and worse depending on how you see it. In the movie The Matrix, what if that becomes true? I mean, what if, bro? What are we gonna do? What are we just gonna say what if our whole lives, bro? What if the worst comes true? What if the best comes true? Either one of those two things. You have to think about those, and you have to make decisions that position you to make the what if of the positive thing more likely than the negative thing. I think that's like the only way you can have some sort of like actual useful train of thought. Right? If you just assume the worst case all the time, then you're just going to blindly walk into the worst case every time. But what you need to do is think about the worst case, think about the best case, and strive to reach the best case. Because the stuff's happening regardless if you want to or not. OpenAI is going to develop new models. Anthropic, China, all these places are gonna develop new models, whether you like it or not, right? So if you're scared of the worst thing happening, then the incorrect line of thinking is to just think the worst thing is going to happen and pout about it. But the more optimal solution is to think about the worst thing and think about the best thing and think about how you yourself can make decisions that can help everyone reach the good outcome, and make the good outcome much more probable for humanity. Got my pure math exam this Thursday. Good luck, bro. Did you do Kumon growing up? Like, very, very briefly I did, yeah. How's the studying going? It's over. I'm not studying anymore. How many hours do you study? Like, how do you manage everything? I have no idea. I don't count how many hours I study. Yap, yap, yap. You don't smoke or drink. No, I don't. How did your clothing brand go? Did you make good money? Yeah, I would say I made good money. It went very well. But the goal there was not to make money, just to be frank. Most at the beginning of the company, the profit margins were were completely non-existent. We were donating all profits to charities and events and doing stuff. So yeah, we definitely made good money, but the goal of the company was not to make good money. First time here, what are you trying to build? I'm trying to just talk until I'm ready to end stream. I'm done for today. Arc user W. Some of these messages are getting deleted. I can see them in my OBS, but not in the chat. You really think there will be more jobs from AI than jobs taken? It's a fallacy, bro. What is this fallacy? Hold on, let me Google it. Fallacy about job market something. I don't remember. There's some fallacy. Lump of labor fallacy. It's a misconception that there is a finite fixed amount of work to be done in any economy. If one person works more or faster, or if a new person enters the workspace, there's less available work for others. Yeah, look at this fallacy. This is the fallacy. The idea with AI is that both of these things are true. One person works faster and more efficiently, and a new person, which is not a human, enters the workforce, right? And the fallacy is that there is less work available for others, right? That's the entirety of this fallacy. It's called the lump of labor fallacy, right? So just research this and look into it, because this is the fallacy that you're succumbing to by thinking that there will not be more jobs in the future. Next. OpenAI employs 4,000 people, displays 400,000 juniors. Yeah, is that true? Let's see all 400,000 of these people that are now unemployed. You're telling me they didn't find a new job? There is not new jobs created. Like, come on, dude, give me a break. I'm not gonna go down these stupid arguments. No offense to you. I don't think you're stupid, but it's just like you're falling victim to this bad line of reasoning. I think too negatively. Yeah, that's bad. Have you tried OpenClaw? Not really. The good outcome is realistic, bruh. A setup tour, maybe someday. Can I still buy that French Terry? I would say don't, because I'm currently in university and I'm the one running that company. So, yeah. I mean, you can buy it. Actually, I do recommend that you buy it. But, I mean, the only thing you'd be doing is just donating money to me. And when I get home, whenever that is, I can ship out your order. But, yeah. I wouldn't realistically recommend buying it. I mean, unless you wanted to just donate money to me. You would get a sweatshirt. You would get a sweatshirt for real at some point in time. But the thing is, I'm just focused on all these other things, so that point in time is going to be in the future. Which app using to notes is Notability? French Terry going for that much? Hey, bro, please restock. Yeah, a lot of the stuff's out of stock. Do you play any video games? I have no means of playing video games anymore. I used to, though. I just don't have a console or a PC anymore. Do you take supplements or medication to make you work harder? No, I don't. The only drug I take is creatine, and it's completely unrelated to my studying or anything. I think, at least. Do you watch any sports? No, I don't. I don't really watch any sports. What browser is this? This is Arc browser. Wow, great theory. Did it explain why is not millions of juniors unemployed? Yeah, bro, just use Google, dude. Look at the unemployment rates in the United States since the advent of AI. Look at the unemployment rates globally since the advent of AI. Look at the average salary of engineers since the advent of AI. All right, bro. Next question. I don't know where you're getting millions of unemployed junior developers. That's very interesting. You have to show me that statistic and the source for that statistic. Has he been studying for 8 hours? Well, studying for most of it, I think. Can you do my A-level physics paper? Maybe, bro. What about the layoffs? Yeah, bro. All right. we get it, bro. You guys don't like AI. Go argue with ChatGPT about it. Don't argue with me. Can I invest in your company? You can if you're interested. We have a form on the website, and just fill it out as an investor, and we'll look at it. Do you get imposter syndrome? No, I don't believe in imposter syndrome. Or at least I don't believe in it for myself, right? I think God put me on this earth with the skills and the abilities that I have, and I can attain knowledge. I can position myself to being rightfully in any field, and I believe those are God-given rights to every human on this planet. I believe every single person is equal, and every single person has the ability to achieve whatever they really put their mind to. I think there are things that definitely can impact your ability to chase things or achieve things, right? Some people's lives are objectively more difficult than others, but nevertheless, I think every human has the same fundamental underlying capabilities, and I believe all humans are equal. So with that line of reasoning, I don't think imposter syndrome really makes much sense. Let me know when you get home. All right, bro. Good Mother's Day for you. Yes, good Mother's Day to everyone and their mothers. Excited for the World Cup? I actually am. I want to see who wins. So Ag Answers won't take my job as an agriculture consultant? Not necessarily. I mean, agriculture consultants can actually benefit from being on our platform. Hey, do you have any tips for productivity and discipline? How do you stay productive yourself? I mean, I've gone over this 1,000 times. No offense to you, but basically, I have goals and dreams that I want to accomplish. And when I wake up in the morning, I think, what is the best move on the board? If life was a chess game, what would be the best move on the board in service of my goals? And so when I wake up, that's what I do, and I make those decisions. And that is how I stay motivated and productive. What games did you play before? I played Rainbow Six Siege. I played like every game, but my favorite games of all time are 100% without a doubt, undoubtedly, unarguably, no one can even argue this. Number one is Fortnite, number one best game of all time. It's not even a debate. It clears, no competition, really, truly peak game. And then number two, the rest of the ordering doesn't matter. I think it's a toss. Anyone can really have their opinions on the rest of the games after Fortnite is number one. But for me, number two is like Minecraft or something, and then Rainbow Six Siege, and then maybe like GTA or something. I don't know. But the only game I play these days is chess. A-level physics giving me mental anguish. Yeah, bro, this physics is giving me mental anguish. Joe's, Cam's, or Lion. My personal favorite is Joe's. Cam's is decent. Lion is also decent. Yeah, I like Joe's the best. Can you explain me Taylor series? ChatGPT, bro. I could explain Taylor series, but ChatGPT, bro. This looks like some tough math. Well, thankfully no one is doing it anymore. I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, I know future me has a lot of stuff. He's got to figure it out. Something doing crazy and it messes up your day. Yeah, that's a terrible way of seeing the world. You should see what people are doing and see what people are capable of, and you should be very happy that people are doing these amazing things, and you can honestly use it as motivation for yourself, because the fundamental belief, or at least my belief, is that all humans are equal. And so if someone else is capable of doing these things, that means you are just as capable of doing these things, and you should be very happy by that standard. Do you have any advice for me? Okay, I have a middle school final algebra exam tomorrow. Study and prepare. It's my advice. Unemployment is 4.3% in the US. That seems relatively low. Yo, I have no idea though. We'd have to look at year over year. What's up, SB? I love your bicycle. Thank you. Bro, have you been studying for 8 hours? No. I've been talking to chat for the last 30 minutes. What do you think about weed? Does it help? It doesn't help me personally. When do the difficult subjects arrive? Whenever you register for classes that are difficult. Or come across problems in life that are difficult. When I go sleep, you were started live. Now I am wake up and you are still live. Wow, that is crazy. Fortnite is the best game. Yeah, I would agree. League of Legends best. No, I would not agree. Prime 4 is actually the GOAT. That is true. How many hours per day would you say you devote to studying / doing work? However many hours are necessary. I never count how many hours. There's no need to do that. I have work that I need to do and I complete it. It takes me however many hours it takes to complete the work that I set out to do. Do you code like from scratch, or you like vibe code? I code with my hands and my fingers and my keyboard and AI. I definitely do not vibe code though. I do use AI though heavily. I heavily use AI. It helps me do a lot more work than I could do by myself. For an undergrad AI project, do you think a small optimization-based routing problem on a weighted network graph is a good idea, or would you suggest a different math-heavy AI project? I think that's a great idea. Go ahead. Jordan Abe, bro. That is insane. When's the last time I saw Jordan Abe in chat, bro? Bro, Jordan Abe has been here for a long time. That's actually crazy. Oh, you were here yesterday? Oh, I didn't realize. Bro, but you're OG, right? I'm not tripping, right? My last final before I graduate, but procrastinating ODE. Bro, me too. That's exactly what I'm doing. My last final before I graduate and I'm procrastinating. I really don't want to study. I don't know what to tell you. I'm procrastinating as we speak. Do you think that's maybe try streaming yourself studying? Do you think that statistics was useful for you in LLMs? Yeah, absolutely. Would you say it is better to enjoy your high school years and focus on doing hard stuff in college? That's like exactly what I did. But I don't know if it's better or not because I've only lived one single life. How do you use AI to study? Well, if you rewind the stream and watch it, you can see for yourself. I think that's the best answer to your question, honestly. Sorry, if asked already, do you ever burn out after studying for so many hours, and how do you deal with it? I don't really burn out, unfortunately, so I can't really give any input on that. How can I learn Calculus 1 for uni? I'm new on channel. So typically, or at least what I did to learn Calculus 1 in uni, or for university? Well, I learned Calc 1 in university. Before university, I took AP Calculus, so I registered for the course with my high school, and then I learned it. And then when I got to university, I registered for Calc 1, and I bought the textbook, I read the textbook, I went to lecture, I did the homeworks, I did the exams, and that is basically how I learned Calculus 1. Hope that helps. Bro, I was here yesterday, my fault. Remember I joined when you were studying for discrete? Yeah, bro, that was mad long ago. I was asking you questions since I was also taking it LMAO. I'm in the same boat as you, graduating in 2-3 and graduating college in 3 years. Oh, nice, bro. Graduating high school in 23. Yeah, oh, nice, that's great. Do you work a job? If so, how many hours a week? I typically work about 40 hours a week for my job right now. That's during school. It's going to go up to like 60, maybe 80 hours once I'm out of school, thankfully. I've been really constrained on how much I could work because of school. But during exam weeks, I do not work 40 hours a week. During exam weeks, next week, I'm not working Monday or Tuesday. So all I have for work is Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. My graduation's on Saturday, so my parents come in on Friday, so I might not work on Friday either. So it definitely depends on the week, but typically about 40 hours in non-exam weeks. That's why I have to stream myself 11 hours a day studying for my exams, 2 days before my exams, because I work 40 hours a week and don't study during school or during the semester. CS and Cyber at UMD, yeah, that's sick, bro. Yo, Jordan Abe, why are you not a moderator? How is Jordan Abe not a moderator, but Mike Honcho is? This is a very common Mike Honcho stray because that kid deserves it. I usually use James Gold's Pomodoro streaks. There he studied 12 hours a day. Wow, that's crazy. Do you think to be a quant trader analyst? I've thought about it. I actually interviewed at Hudson River Trading freshman year. I don't know how I got an interview freshman year. It's absolutely ridiculous. But I ended up not wanting to pursue that, so I didn't pursue that any further. How many classes on average did you take per semester up until this point? I have no idea how many classes, but I've taken 20 credits, 21 credits, 19 credits. I have no idea. Can it be done in 3 months? Can what be done in 3 months? Oh, Calculus 1. Yes, absolutely. Calculus 1 could be learned in 1 week. There's actually a guy on YouTube who I think he learned all Calc 1 through 3 in 1 week, which is entirely possible. I would say in total in Calc 1, I probably spent maybe 13 or 14 hours really actually studying for the course. And so you could imagine compressing that into 1 day, as suboptimal as it sounds, but you could possibly do it. What do you do for work? I am the CTO and co-founder of a startup. You excited to go home, brother? I am excited. Bro is just a machine when it comes to studying, such getting deep work done. Thank you. Would you say you are proud of your life so far? Do you have any regrets, be honest? I am thankful for my life so far. I don't think proud is a word that I would use. I'm proud of the work everyone else has done that has gotten me to the point that I am today, that I'm at today, because I would not be where I am without the substantial support and help of so many really, really hardworking people. So I'm very proud of their actions. It's just weird for me to say that I'm proud of myself. I don't know. It just feels unnatural for me to say. But I'm very happy with the life that I've lived, with where I am today. I'm very thankful for the life that I've lived and where I am today. It's about the extent to which I can respond to that. Do you have any regrets, though? That is a separate question. And I would say no. I'm where I am today. I'm thankful for the person literally right now, the statement that I just made, saying that I'm grateful for everything and I'm grateful and thankful for the life that I have today. My life 100% would not be what it is today without all those situations where I could claim that I regret them, right? So truly, how much could I possibly regret them if I am also thankful for today and the person that I am today, right? So I would say I would be regretful of a bunch of things if I wasn't so grateful. I don't think you could have the same. I don't think you could have regrets and be truly grateful at the same time. So I think that's the only reason that I don't have regrets. But there are a ton of regrettable actions that I've made in my life, of course. But again, I would not be where I am today without them. So I'm very thankful for them. And so I don't think I can regret them. Freshman year, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark? Yes, freshman year. I don't know what you're responding to. I'm really delayed in chat. How do you do well on exams if you study only for 2 days or something? I just cram all the information. This is a developed skill. I've gotten really good at doing that over the years. But active recall, spaced repetition. Spaced repetition is hard though with only 2 days. But good nutrition, good sleep, good exercise, all those things help with memory retention. And then also all of the skills that I've developed studying over the years. Do you remember how much you would study before exams back in high school? I never studied in high school. I can tell you that for a fact. Not once. Not one time did I ever study. The high schools I went to and the circumstances that I had in high school did not require me to study, which was amazing. I'm very grateful. I don't think that's a normal experience. But you can ask any of I went to boarding school all 4 years. You can ask any of my roommates. They can tell you firsthand that I never studied in high school. I actually don't know how I even had good grades or graduated high school. It doesn't make any sense. Why not drop out and focus on business if current curriculum is not suited for AI? Well, I've definitely contemplated that. And I'd be reluctant to say that is not an optimal or not a possible path to the goals that I want to achieve. I don't think it's the most optimal, and that's why I have not taken that path. And I think that the current curriculum is not directly related to AI, but if you can study quantum physics and you can study all these other complex topics, the character traits and skills that you attain while studying and the fundamental knowledge that you gain from studying these things definitely translates into every aspect of life. And so for that reason, I've discerned that it probably is not reasonable to say that it's optimal to drop out, especially at this stage. I mean, I am one final away from graduating, so dropping out now would be actually pretty foolish probably. Is it worth it to go for one of the FANG companies? If that's your goal, yeah, absolutely. Or if you just need some money, I mean, for sure, go FANG. Are you religious? Yes, I'm very religious. No, not very religious, but yes, I'm religious. Very religious sounds weird because it sounds like you're comparing yourself, but I am religious. I'm Christian. Black Pen, Red Pen is the YouTube channel for calculus. Oh, interesting. Study is easy. Try to create something. Okay, thank you. I will try. Wow, 14 hours sounds great. Okay. Did you finish the website for your dad? I remember, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, Jordan is an OG. Ali Guliev, my other mod, actually did that website. We paid him, or we hired him really, to do the website. Are you committed? LOL. Do you manage it if you are this busy? Or am I committed to what? Try Omarchi Linux from DHH. I've tried a lot of Linux distributions. I'm currently on Arch Linux on my server, of an AI server. You can see the specs in the resources tab on Discord. What is the meaning of life? Wow. It would take me 21 years and 3 months for me to answer that question. But I have no idea. I have no idea what the meaning of life is. You could only believe. You could only have beliefs on the answers to that question. Holy chat is jumping. Bro's never ending stream. That's correct. No, but it's good. My mind is winding down and I can give all these stupid responses. So it's like, it's really taking a load off my brain. Great response. I'm sure that's probably sarcastic. When in school did you first work through the Schrodinger equation for the hydrogen atom? That was like a couple weeks ago. You grad this year. Do you already have something lined up for postgrad? Yes, I do. Calculus, 7th edition, Stuart James. I have this. It has 1,400 pages. Wow. Do you doom scroll at all? Doom scroll? I don't know about the term doom scroll, but I do go on Instagram and TikTok occasionally. Yeah, I won't lie. I won't lie. My screen time, though, is only about like 2 hours a day or something. Do you Notebook LM for studying? I don't use Notebook LM. I have previously, but I didn't like it. Hi, the best AI model for you, ? I use Claude for programming, Gemini for physics, and ChatGPT for normal questions. My knowledge dips as soon as the course ends. Yeah, I mean that's what happens with anything. It's like if you lift. If I bench press every single day for a year, probably bench. Let's say I bench 225 by the end of that. If I don't bench for a year, I don't know. I would probably reasonably bench less than I did when I trained for a year. So the same thing happens with knowledge and with memory. The less you interact with material, the more you forget it, of course. Do you think Brave or Arc is better? I think Arc is better. Don't listen to him chat. Bro never paid Ali. Ask him that question. Maybe that might be true. Committed as in like, are you in a relationship? If so, how do you manage if you are this busy? I am not in a romantic relationship. I have plenty of relationships with friends and family, but I do not have a romantic relationship right now. Opinions on Trump? Nope, not answering that question. Not answering that question. What you do in free time? Check out my Instagram. It shows a lot of the stuff I do in my free time. 225 pounds is nothing. I agree. I can bench much more than 225 pounds. Aidan, I remember the LA hacks you did. You're a G for soloing it. I remember that too. That was fire. A Florida high school junior reportedly released hundreds of cockroaches during an AP history exam. That's crazy. Do you specifically refrain yourself from going over 2 hours of screen time? No, I don't. I just, as I said earlier, I have goals and dreams, and when I make decisions whether those decisions are in service of my goals and my dreams and who I want to be in the future. And so typically, scrolling on my phone or going on my phone for more than 2 hours a day is not in service of those goals, and so I do not do it. But some days I don't even have the time to deliberately think about how much time I'm spending on my phone because I have so much work and stress. So I don't specifically refrain myself, but I don't typically go over 2 hours of screen time. The 2 hours of screen time is a statistical analysis, right? This is a quantification of how many hours I spend a day on my phone that's derived solely from looking at previous days where I have the time spent on my phone. It's not necessarily a constraint or some law that I constrain myself to. It's just an observation that has been made over many, many days and then averaged over all of those days. Do you believe in God? Yes, I'm Christian. Any plans on visiting the wall? Bruh. Good question for a timeout. Yes, absolutely. You're capping about your bench, bud. Really? Is that true? Let's do it. Let's go to the ARC. If you go to the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, let's go to the ARC and let's bench. Let's see if I'm capping. But I also have videos of me benching much more than 225 pounds. But that's not I mean, that's besides the point. Who really cares how much I can bench? Have you used any ThinkPads? I have. I think ThinkPads are like the best non-MacBook computer, although I don't know much about non-MacBook computers, so it's constrained. My knowledge of that is constrained, so maybe my opinion shouldn't be respected that much. The first stream I watched of yours was the discrete math exam. That's crazy, bro. It's so long ago. Archlintic ThinkPads are masterpieces. I agree, maybe. Binary Brainbow, the GOAT. I hope your life is well with you and your kids and your wife. It's crazy. Stress makes me procrastinate more instead of grinding to get out of the stress. That is not the optimal solution to stress, of course. So I would say probably try to not do that anymore. I admire the hard work. Thank you, bro. You ever cheat in school? I'm not going to answer that question while I'm still in school, but that should give you some idea of the answer to the question. Is there a person that you admire or look up to? I don't condone cheating, first of all. I think that is fundamentally in opposition with my beliefs and with my morals. But I also think lying is fundamentally in opposition with my beliefs and my morals. So that's why I answered the question the way that I did. Is there a person that you admire or look up to? Yeah, Jesus Christ. I hope that is, that's probably not a very good answer because it's so obvious, but if you're looking for a human, I don't know. It would be harder. I'd have to think about it. Yeah, man. Well, I think there's very admirable traits about a plethora of people. So there's a bunch of different people that I admire in certain respects. I don't think I overall admire or look up to somebody just universally. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, man, thanks. It's my wife's first Mother's Day too. Wow, that's great. My son will be 1 on May 20th. Wow. I remember when he was born, bro. Not literally, but I remember you telling us that he was born. So crazy. Congratulations to your wife and to you. Hope you had a great Mother's Day. 500k views on a 9-hour stream is crazy. Why 3 years instead of 4? I didn't really feel like sticking around for all 4. Aidan, in this world, especially with CS, a lot of people are talk with no action. So it's nice to see how even when I remember you had big dreams as a freshman, especially since you were going to do the BSMS thing. You always put your words into action. It's funny that you use that example because I'm actually not 100% getting a master's. But I have accomplished a lot of the goals that I did originally set out for myself, however optimistic they were. Hope all is well with you too. Can you hint about future plans after undergrad? Well, immediately after undergrad, I'm going to the Bay Area to raise money from VCs for my company. So hopefully once we get more funds, then we'll be able to hire more people and really expand and impact a lot of people around the world. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, Manson Trades. I missed your call the other day. I don't remember if I called you back or not. We haven't forgotten about the Professor AI incident. What was that? What's the Professor AI incident? Wait, what was the Professor AI? I never got in trouble for using AI in school. I don't think. Unless I'm forgetting something. Yeah, I don't recall ever getting in trouble. I've never gotten in trouble for cheating in school. In high school or in university. Did you ever expect to build a following here? Don't forget us when you get big. Greetings from a final year Chilean astronomy student. Greetings. What quantum physics book is this? This is Griffiths. Okay, wait. There was a discussion post. Sophomore year, first semester sophomore year, or maybe a second semester freshman year. I think I did maybe get a 0 on one discussion post for using AI. I think. I don't remember though. But I've never gotten in actual trouble, and the discussion post was probably worth like 0.1% of my final grade in the course. But maybe you might be right, actually. But I've never gotten formally in trouble for cheating in any school, even in middle school or elementary school. Hi, what setup do you use for code taking note? Yeah, to be more specific. I saw Miss Listro today, bro. That's crazy. What? Did you say what's up? Thoughts on getting into blockchain today? I think that could be a good idea. How's the weather at UAUC? I have no idea. I haven't been outside since yesterday. Something about the professor replying, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. First semester. First semester freshman year, everyone on campus, all the Granger students on campus are required to take this class. If they are first-time freshmen, you're required to take Engineering 100. So it's Granger Engineering Orientation Seminar. There's no professors in the course. It's just like upperclassmen, like teaching underclassmen or something. I thought it was pretty. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to make any judgments about the class, but the class is like, it's not a real, it's not a real class for real, if you know what I mean. It's a 1 credit hour class taught by upperclassmen, but in one of the assignments in that class, I didn't have time to do it, of course, because it's just like this class, all it did was like get in my way freshman year. At least that's what I thought. And one of the assignments, I just put it into ChatGPT. And at the time, it was like GPT-4 or something, not very good. And so GPT-4 responded saying, as an AI language model, I don't have emotions or feelings, and so I can't answer the question. And I didn't read it, and I just copy and pasted the answer into the place on Canvas to submit the assignment. And yeah, the upperclassman emailed me, and she said, I didn't know you were AI. I thought you were human this whole time, because we had like in-person class and stuff. And I ended up still getting like 100 on the assignment. But yes, that's right. That's right. That's correct. That's crazy. You have much better memory than I do. Oh, that's funny. I told her Langdon's no longer with us. What a misleading statement, bro. Oh my gosh. He isn't though, technically. Hi, what's up? All right, I'm ending stream. It's been 41 minutes of me just sitting here talking about nothing. I gotta go to bed so that I can get up and study tomorrow morning. And I do have a little bit of work that I need to do, but I did say that I'm not going to do work until my finals are over. So W stream, thank you, bro. A lot of viewers today. I guess it's because it's Sunday or something. People are just less busy than normal. But all right, happy Mother's Day, everybody. Remember to be grateful for everything, and grateful for your life, and grateful for the people that are in your life and all the experiences, no matter how bad or how good they are. To be grateful for the good things is to also be grateful for the bad things, because the good things would not exist without the bad things. Well, that statement is kind of misleading, because they can exist outside of having bad things, but you would not be in the position that you are today without all the bad things that have happened previously in your life. So that's all I'm trying to say. All right, my brain is too cooked. I can't even say motivational sentences without second guessing myself. So good.